Yeah, the exact same card. Yeah. Same shape or same. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, same shape. Yeah. Yep. Please move around. Feel free to say hi. All right, move around. Ask them for their names, what church they are, what do they do, what's their favorite cameras, favorite gear to use. Yeah. Huh? So same shape, like just same shape, like hearts, diamonds, or something like that. Yeah, same shape. Everybody just smile. Yeah, same shape. Yeah. I started from that. Okay. I would call somebody on school and ask them what did they know about that person. Okay. I'll call David as well. Hi. David.
No, no, don't take up here. Let David come. You're supposed to go on 12:30. So you still have enough time. So I can bring, yeah, just put some icebreaker and let people get comfortable. And then we can bring David back so that he can talk. So that he can
Real clear. Make sure you talk to someone you've not spoken to before. Find someone new, meet someone new.
I don't know. There's no vision of vision. Ask Lucky.
Are you guys serious?
You can come up with one.
But I know that he wants to build a community of like G photographers.
Okay.
And that's how we have.
Okay, wait. I need to write down what you are saying.
No, like
Because Lucky at this point, I don't think he's already preparing his mind for his own.
like the vision is to build a community of church photographers, and that's what we're gonna like at the end of the event
Why we building the community?
To
to tell the story
what story? Like to get excellence, put excellence church for your class.
and to put Jesus Christ at the center of it all, or in terms of like photography stuff. But like you guys can also add that like that's why at the end of the program we're gonna share a link of to like join the WhatsApp group that we're like today, so that people can like learn more. Like if they have any questions about photography, like
to ask them what to learn about.
Hi Tolu, how are you? Good to see you.
So if you open the PowerPoint,
Yeah.
you go to
They put me as MC. I'm not supposed to MC.
But the thing is, you're
No.
such an MC.
Bro, no, they call me to the production and I'm doing MC. I don't want to.
go to the rolling slide.
You want MC?
Absolutely not. I don't even know what's going on.
I knew you were gonna stop asking.
So me, as a supporter,
Anything is send that to me.
see me, I'm a person.
Yeah, what's up?
What is this supposed to be?
That's what say something
Really?
I'm hard.
Even the agenda saves on my photo.
Anyways, I leave you to the
Well,
Thank
that
you
would
very
have
much.
helped me.
Appreciate the support. Grazie. What else we got? What else we got? I need that schedule. I do not have the most unprepared MC you ever meet.
No, it's okay. Just last minute.
Heads up, heads up. Let me put it to everybody.
Just send to the phone. Yeah, exactly.
Everyone. She says iPhone. Guess what?
Are you like dropping it to me?
You can drop in something. Join the community. I need that.
Wait, I think we're gonna. I get. Wait, give me a second.
You know that happens?
Yeah,
If
I
you
know
put
it
two
happens.
items.
Which one is yours? This?
Yeah. Is it this you want to come?
Yeah. That's gonna help with like emotional whatever.
Well, that's networking. Enjoying it.
So you guys can read. Just join it. You can say, okay, in case I'm just coming in. This is what we do.
Let's breathe. We got this.
You got this. Yeah.
We got this. Let's just breathe. All right, come with me.
I haven't found anybody. I already did, but like, I have to move on to the next. I couldn't find it.
What cards do you have?
Ask you guys, talk.
Okay.
I'm about to
What cards do you have? Same cards?
couldn't find anybody.
Yeah, you guys can create a subcommittee. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, yeah, because I can't find
No worries. It was intentional.
not being able to find anybody.
Yeah. Great job, guys. No worries.
Yeah, what are we supposed
So basically, okay. Hi everyone. So in case you're just joining, so the card is basically for you to find someone like that has the same card shape as yours, like the diamond. So just find a group that has the same diamond. Ask them where they're from, like what's their level of photography, their favorite gear. Yep. Yeah. So I think you guys are in the same group. How about yours? Cool. So you can get
Yeah, that's like the big, that's the main.
bigger circle. Yeah. Cool. I'm calling you out.
Oh, the exact same card. Oh, just same shape. Okay. Alright. Literally exactly.
Did you get a card?
Yes.
So basically, with the cards, you're meant to go around and find someone that has the same shape as yours.
Oh. I keep hiding.
And connect with them, like where are you from, what do you do, like what kind of photography do you like using, like what camera do you use?
Okay.
Yeah.
Better put me in the reach out. No, but see, what's up on icebreakers? Yeah, the schedule up.
Yeah, but you can do that. But now, what's the most when you started by 12? What's that?
Over the shoulder.
All right, everybody. All right. Let's get back to our seats if we can. Let's get back to our seats. Well, y'all having fun. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get back to our seats, please. All right. Okay. After. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for joining us at the Church Photography Masterclass, the very first of its kind. Put your hands together for yourself for joining us today. Thank you once again. Now, today we are powered by Yay TV and Lucky Osumbi Photography. Thank you very much for sponsoring us today. Now, that was a quite long icebreaker, so I'm expecting a few of you have learned a thing or two about each other. So I'm actually going to pick a random. Sorry. And you just have to share who you spoke to, one person you spoke to, one person you met, and just a little bit about them. And we'll ask the person you spoke to confirm what you said. All right, who wants to volunteer? We'll start there. Just so I'm not putting anyone on the spot, I'm giving you an opportunity now. Who wants to volunteer? We have a volunteer? All right, sir. Give him a round of applause. All right, so just introduce yourself and who you spoke to and what you learned about them.
My name is Eddie. I'm with ALCC Dominion Chapel in Toronto, and I spoke with Angela, and she talked about her interest in photography and that things are evolving every time, and we keep learning every day. So in terms of category, whether a beginner, intermediate, or advanced, we all share that things are evolving every day, so we are all here to learn.
That's fantastic. Give him a round of applause. You said you spoke to Angela, right? Angela. Is he right? Is he correct? Fantastic. Give him a round of applause once again. Thank you so much. I'm going to ask for one more volunteer before we move on. Just one, or I'm going to call someone. And no one likes being called. Okay. Who can I see here? Who do I know? Samuel. You ain't speak to nobody. See, that's why you got to pay attention, man. You know, one of the things that is very important, and one of the reasons we're actually here is to build a community. And it's great seeing not just people from the local, like, Toronto area, but there's people from, like, Hamilton coming all the way for this masterclass. And I think that was part of the vision Lucky had, you know, when he was sharing with the volunteer team. That it's part of the mission of CPM, which is Church Photography Masterclass, is to build a community of photographers and really drive excellence in the body of Christ. Because one thing that has been noticed is there's a vacuum of media, top media quality, and you know, things like these is what drives every single one of us to get trained. I'm pretty sure there's at least people from 6 different churches here, and just to be able to come together and learn while still keeping Christ at the center, Christ at the top, is probably the most important thing we've experienced so far. So give yourself a round of applause one more time for coming out today. I know it's raining outside, it's cold outside, but you still drove all the way. I know there's people coming from Hamilton, people coming from North York. So thank you so much for joining us once again. Now, a brief schedule for those who are joining us for the first time. I see some people are just walking in. We have a few masterclass talks, and we also have sorry, give me 1 second. We have a panel discussion where there's going to be Q&As. You can ask your questions. So throughout the day, I want you to just have those questions in mind, things you've been trying to learn, things you'd want to learn, any new information that you want to get confirmation on. Just have them in mind, so when it's time for the panel discussion, you bring up those questions, and we have people who are experts answer those questions. All right? If you're looking for the washrooms are to your left, my right hand, and you just take a left once you're out of those double doors. Now, without further ado, we are going to, let's see here. We're going to do another icebreaker. Oh, sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. Yeah, good. All right. Fantastic. Da-da-da-da-da. All right. So before we do the icebreaker, just a few things. The purpose of this community is so we can enjoy chats with each other and instant support whenever you need it. We're going to build lasting connections with fellow church photographers and creatives. We're going to share and discover handy tips and resources in a quite friendly space. And, we're going to encourage continuous learning, and we're going to have real-world advice from peers. Today we have quite a few experts, and some of them I've encountered firsthand, who are brilliant at what they do, not just in the church space, but in a professional space. We have some full-time photographers in the house that will really be able to give us that industry experience that we need. All right, so we're going to fast forward things just a little bit. Give me 1 second. Lucky. Ready for set? All right. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome one of the conveners of Church Photography Masterclass, Lucky Osumbi.
Hi, everyone. Wow. This is real. Hi, everyone. My name is Lucky Temitope Oshimbi. And first of all, I want to say a very big thank you to everyone coming, because I can remember when the idea came, or like when the thoughts came to bring this together. I was not expecting this much faces, first of all. And I can remember reaching out to people like Mr. Ezekiel from YATV and all my different friends and everybody you'll be seeing speak today as well, and telling them about the event and just the support so far. So thank you so much, and I'm excited for what we'll be learning together. So for today, we are expected to have 2 talks and 1 panel session. And before we start, I would like to ask, how many of us in the room are on a scale of beginner, intermediate, and advanced? What would you put yourself? So all the beginners, if you consider yourself a beginner in the room, can I see some hands up? Okay. I prepared the slide for you, don't worry. How about intermediate as well? Intermediate in the room? Okay, some hands as well. How about advanced? I can see some advanced people in the room, definitely. Thank you so much. So all of you that are advanced, you'll be helping me, don't worry, towards the end of the event, because we'll be having a networking session at the end of the event. And the idea for the networking session is to be able to mix those who are new into photography and those who are pretty much advanced, and just think of it as a speed mentoring session, technically, where people can ask you questions and you get to speak with different people and stuff. So today for the first talk, we'll be talking about relearning the fundamentals. And can you please share the screen? Technical, sorry. Okay, so relearning the fundamentals. And the reason for this particular topic is because, first of all, this is the first iteration of this event, meaning the idea for it is to continually grow and for more sessions to come, and also for us to bring everybody along. Because looking at this room and based on the poll, based on the question I asked earlier, there's quite a lot of people who are beginners or who just are getting into photography. So if we just jump right from the middle, some people might be lost. However, if you're advanced as well, this is more of a recap for you, and it's more of something for you to learn and to revise again. So first of all, let's discuss about our assignment as church photographers. First of all, how many of us do serve in our local churches as photographers? Because I know through the registration, there was quite a mixed audience. So how many people in this auditorium? Okay, thank you so much. So our assignment as church photographers mainly is to visually tell the story of the kingdom. And I'm very much aware that this room is filled with, first of all Christians, definitely. and all children of God. But at the same time, each of us represents different denominations across the body of Christ. So as photographers, one of our main mission is to visually tell the story of God, is to visually tell the story of the kingdom through our art of photography. And when we talk about telling the story of God, we talk about the fellowship within our churches and the things we do. We talk about the music we observe in our local churches. We talk about worship in itself. We talk about the word. We talk about community and also prayers. So these are just some of the things as photographers. It is more of our duty to tell the story, to put things together, to capture these moments which eventually will be impactful to those who are not physically in the church, but also those who are physically in the church where they could go back to reminisce on the impact of the service in itself. But before I go further, I would like to again reintroduce myself. My name is Lucky Temitope Oshimbi. Professionally, So professionally, I'm also an event photographer. My domain is within gospel and corporate event. So I do a lot of gospel concerts. I do a lot of prayer conferences. I do a lot of things. And so far, over 250 projects. I can't keep count. So, over 4 countries, 8 plus of experiences. I started taking pictures, and this number, I just couldn't keep writing. I just have to sum it up to 100,000 plus images captured. And below are some of the organizations I've been privileged to work with. So as you can see, from the corporate side of things to different churches and different things I've worked with over the years. And some of my exciting projects I've worked on. As of last week, I was one of the lead photographers for Outpouring Atlanta. Oh, thank you. So I was one of the lead photographers for Outpouring Atlanta, and also I was privileged to as well document Koinonia conference, which happened about a few weeks ago, and also the RCCG convention, Canada as well. And I could see some of my colleagues which we did all this project together. So and I think with these few experience of mine, over the years, there's some things I've learned, and there are some things I'm open to share with the body of Christ. Like we who are photographers within the church, where we could infuse all this creativity, all this excellence from mega projects like this into our every Sunday event. You can imagine having to take pictures every Sunday, and your pictures is looking like it's straight from Outpouring Canada concerts. You understand? Like, just all these fundamentals. That's the idea of this. Definitely. And also, one of the biggest privilege I had was actually also being one of the lead photographers last year when they came to Toronto, and Kirk Franklin, the Clark sisters, and Yolanda Adams as well. So when we say relearning the basics, relearning the fundamentals, I'm really talking about relearning, like starting from ground zero. So what are the tools of photography, or like what are the things we use within church photography in a sense? And here is some of the list. This is not as comprehensive enough, but first we have our cameras. As we know, we have our cameras, and again, there are different kinds of cameras. We have our DSLR cameras, we have our mirrorless cameras, point and shoot, film cameras. Because we have very limited time, I might not be able to go in depth into what each of this means. But just know, if you're planning to get a camera soon, or if you're planning to acquire a gear for yourself, what you should look out for is a mirrorless camera. Please don't buy DSLR. I mean, you could buy DSLR if you want to, but that's like a 1990-something type camera. So yeah, so new cameras are more mirrorless, and the reason why the mirrorless cameras are better, first, they are better, they are faster, and they are modern. They could handle more things, definitely. And outside of cameras, another tool we make use of is our lenses. And with the lenses, I'll try to explain a little more the different kind of lenses and the differences between them. So when we talk about lenses, again, different kind of lenses. We have our wide-angle lens, we have our zoom lens, we have standard zoom lens, we have our prime lens, and we have our telephoto lens. And just a show of hands. I know we have so little time, so I might not, again, go very in-depth. But who knows the difference between a prime lens and a telephoto lens? I just need one person. What's the difference? What would you say the difference between a prime and a telephoto? Yeah. Yes, thank you so much. So for those who didn't hear him, the difference between a prime lens and a telephoto lens is a prime lens are lenses with only a fixed focal length. And most prime lenses, for example, this, I forgot to bring some of my lenses right in front here. So the prime lens typically only have one focal length, and which means you can't zoom in, you can't zoom out. Like you only have one particular focal length. However, the telephoto lenses, or zoom lens as you might call them, are the lenses which you could zoom in and zoom out. And I know most of us have probably handled the camera, and you've seen all those like lenses that you could zoom in, zoom out. Those lenses are called zoom lens, or telephoto lens if they are between like 70 to 200 or upwards. So that's like the brief intro about lenses. And we have our external flashes, we have the memory cards, batteries, lens cleaning kits, camera bag, and laptop. So if you're just getting into photography or if you're just doing this for your church, you could get a picture of this as a checklist of things, of items you want to get going forward for your church photography in a sense. So again, we are really in the basics. So how do we hold our cameras? This is quite a controversial take because everyone has the way they do things. And again, sorry, I know for some of us in the room, we are very advanced, so this is very much a revision. So when we talk about holding our cameras, which is the basics of the things we do, I've seen different people do this in different ways. Sorry. Some people do try to hold their camera and take pictures like this. I've seen it very much. And some people, I think, those are like the two variations I've seen. Some people trying to do like more like this, and some people trying to hold it more like this. From experience and also from the things I've seen some of my senior colleagues do, the best way to hold your camera is always using your hand as the tripod in itself, trying to stabilize the camera. Because the idea of photography is we always want our picture to come out sharp and to come out better. So if we are holding our camera like this, except you have mastered it perfectly, there's a high tendency that your hand shakes, and if your settings is not properly dialed in, your pictures might come out blurry or it might come out shaky. So the idea of putting your hand out a little and trying to balance your camera or your hand and using your fingers to move your lenses is a practice that has helped me so far, and it is something that, if done properly, would ensure you get a more stable image and will ensure your photographs come out better at each time. So, now to the more technical part of things. So, when we talk about church photography, there are major areas of it, and today we'll mainly be talking about these two parts of things, but all in all, every other thing falls between these four categories. So we have the shooting part of it, which is quite the technical part. We have the editing part of things. We have the storage management part of things. And we have the workflow management part of things. So the idea is over the course of the years, or like as much more workshops like this that we have, we'll go through each and every one of this, and at least in like 1, 2, 3 years, all of us in this room, we have pretty good idea about all these different flows. So when we talk about shooting, there are key areas to shooting as well. So we have the settings part, again, the technical part. You have our compositions. We have optimizing our focus and telling a story. Today we'll be talking about the first two more, and at the end of the day, this extra two ties really into what we have in the first two, because at the end of the day, telling a story could be through the way we compose our images, but at the same time, it could be through the way we manually set our cameras to document or like to take these photographs. So who here is familiar with the exposure triangle? Thank you. Who here is not familiar with the exposure triangle? Oh, wow. Thank you. Thank you. So the exposure triangle, how many of us have had the words shutter speed, aperture, ISO? Okay, thank you, thank you. Shutter speed, aperture, ISO, those are the foundations of photography. Everything we do within photography, even if you're using your iPhone, like your normal phone, everything within camera centers around these three major things. And I chose this particular topic mainly because, again, today we are talking about relearning the fundamentals. We are starting from afresh. We are starting from the scratch. If you don't understand this, honestly, there's nothing much more you could do within photography. Some cameras are actually intelligent, so you could just switch to automatic, but no, I wouldn't advise that. But honestly, learning to master these three things, which we'll be doing in a few seconds, will help us be better, and it will keep us, it will take us further within our journey as a photographer in our church. So we are going to start with aperture. Who knows what aperture is? And if you're an advanced person, please don't raise your hand. If you know you're intermediate, can you please give us from your knowledge what aperture is in a sense? Anybody? Aperture?
Hi. So I'm Ezekiel. I'm a beginner actually. But I think aperture to be something like a camera eye.
Yes.
Yeah, sure. So how wide is open or how close it is?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. So, like you said, thank you. Like you said, aperture technically is the eyes of the camera. So the same way we have like our eyes, we have our retina, and like you could choose to technically you could increase, you could decrease. You can increase and manually decrease your eye stuff. But technically, when you look through your lens in itself, you could see your aperture blades, and they control how much light comes into your camera in itself. And again, when we talk about each of these exposure triangles, each of them controls how light gets into your camera. So that's why they're a triangle. Each of them work together to balance your photograph at the end of the day. Again, aperture is like the eyes of your camera, meaning when it is wide open, like you can imagine when your eyes is wide open, there's more light coming into the eyes. But when it is closed and when it is like small, the smaller it gets, the less light comes into your camera. And creatively, there are several applications to this. When do you need to make your lights? Like when do you need to make your aperture so wide that so much light comes into it? And when do you need to make your aperture small where little light comes into it? So aperture, again, most people know it also as f-stop. So essentially, the lower your aperture is on your camera. How many people are here with their camera as well today? Thank you. So can you please turn your camera on a little? Not just a little, turn it on, really. Sorry. Can you please turn your camera on? If you look at your detail screen, there should be a part of it that has something with F right in front of it. Most time it is usually like F. Most cameras start from like 2.8 upwards. But if you have a prime lens, your prime lens can come as low as 1.2. And over time, I'll explain what those numbers mean and like the technicalities behind them. So when we talk about our aperture in itself, it is the f-stop. The higher the number, please listen carefully. This is a little confusing. The higher the number of your f-stop, for example, the difference between like an f2.8 and an f10. Oh, shout out f10. So the difference between an f2.8 and an f10 is your pictures are more brighter on f2.8, whereas on f10 there is less light coming in. Do we understand that? The higher the number, the less light coming into our photograph. Because the higher the number, the more the aperture blades are closing up. However, the lesser the number, the more the aperture blades are opening up. That's why if you have a lens if you have someone with a camera that can only take a picture on like f5.6, for example, and you have someone like Mr. Christian that has a f1.2 lens, if they have the same settings and only the f-stop changes, the one on 1.2 will always be brighter and more blurrier than the one with f5.6. Do we understand that? So, a practical application of this, as we can see this, can everybody see this photograph? So this photograph really is, I think I shot this on like an f1.4. First of all, again, the lesser your aperture, will your picture be brighter or darker? Brighter, thank you. So this is an f1.4. First of all, the reason why I use 1.4 is, again, we are inside the church, there's less light. Like, it's not as bright as you being outside. And you always need more light, much more light, as much less aperture as you can practically use, definitely. And with this picture, with the lesser your aperture is as well, the blurrier the things around your subject looks. If you want a picture where, like, you are taking a picture of this particular object and everything behind them looks so blurry, you know those photographs we see on Instagram and things, the practical way to do that in your camera is just reduce your f-stop to like the lowest it can go. You understand? So you want to get a picture like this, you want only that subject to be sharp, while every other thing behind them are blurred out. Reduce your f-stop, the lowest your camera can go and your camera can handle. However, if you're shooting multiple subjects and you want everything to be sharp, you want, for example, I want to be able to see this guy properly. I don't want the lady behind him as well to be blurred out. In this case, you increase your aperture, again, in order to accommodate that. However, again, I know time is going, but we could go very in-depth and technical into this. However, the more you increase your aperture, like I said, your picture becomes darker. And then you need to sacrifice something else to balance the light so your picture is properly lit. You don't want to shoot something that is completely black. So next we go to shutter speed. Shutter speed as well is one of the components of the triangle. Essentially, the shutter speed is more how fast your camera shutter closes. So you could either leave it to close so slow, or you could just like increase it to close so fast that it captures things that are even faster than we humans can see. And I think this particular picture is a very good example of that. And this was from BOW Toronto last year with Tommy Favored while she was doing one of her ministration. And from the ministration itself, if you watch the video, she was moving very fast. She was worshiping, like there was so much energy. But if you don't understand how your camera works, and probably if you're even using auto, you might not be able to capture a movement because every pictures you'll be getting from there will be so blurred because she's moving so fast, she's here, she's there, she's here, she's there. How do you ensure you capture and you freeze that moment in itself? Then we introduce shutter speed. So remember your aperture, the lesser the number, the brighter the image. Listen carefully. Your aperture, the lesser the number, the brighter the image, the higher the number, the darker it gets. For shutter speed, it is quite the opposite. The higher the number, the darker your image, the lesser the number, the brighter your image. Actually, so this is quite, okay, there are so many steps to this. So your shutter speed is measured, your shutter speed is measured as, is 1 over, it ranges from, it's measured in seconds. I think that's the best way to put it. Your shutter speed is measured in seconds, like the same clock seconds that you see. That's how your shutter speed is measured in. And if you have a picture that is 1 second, compared to a picture that is 1 over 100 seconds, like a 100th of a second, which one do you think is faster? 1 second or 1 over 100? Mathematicians are in this room. Thank you. 0.001. 0.01. Understand? So, like, that is how your shutter speed is measured. So when we talk about freezing moment in itself, is when someone is moving so fast, you want to be able to set your camera to be able to freeze, like it's going to match their speed. So technically, you're using your own eyes to gauge how fast is this person moving. Now they're jumping, they're doing everything. Are they moving between like one hundredth of a second? Are they moving faster than that? Are they moving 200th of a second? Are they moving faster than that? Or are they moving 300th of a second? You understand? So over time, definitely you will get used to it, but the technicalities behind it is whenever you are taking your pictures, for fast-moving objects, you increase, or technically you reduce, but on the camera, it looks as if you are increasing the number because it's like 1 over 100, 1 over 160, 1 over 200, 1 over 350, and the higher it goes like that, the darker your images become. Do we understand that? And I'm not asking questions now, there's no more time. We'll ask questions after. But do you understand? So it is used to capture movement. And when you look at pictures like this as well, you could see how fast, first of all, she's moving because of the blur around her. But you could also see how much energy she's exerting and how much is being captured within the motion. And likewise with this picture, I purposely reduced the shutter speed of this particular picture to show kind of the motion and the blurriness in motion at which they are moving. You understand? So again, remember the higher the number, technically 1 over something of the number, the higher it is, the darker your images are, and the lesser it is, the brighter it is, provided you are not getting less than 1 second. Do we understand that? And next we have ISO. Our ISO measures the sensitivity of the camera sensors to light. And technically, you could consider your ISO as more of an artificial, how do I want to put this? It's more of an artificial light source sometimes to your image. Depending on the kind of camera you have, depending on the power of the camera you have, you could artificially add more light to your image, and your image still look good. But most times, again, when you add too much of it, it destroys the quality of your image. And when we talk about the triangle, again, this is very straightforward. The more ISO you have in your photograph, the brighter it is. The less ISO you have, the darker it is. And if there's one theme that is across the 3 triangles, all of them are more on a scale. So it is either too bright or too dark. It is either too bright again with shutter speed or too dark, and with ISO as well, it is either too bright or too dark, because at the end of the day, photography is about how we capture light and how we use light to paint the world in front of us. Do we understand? So how do these three come together? So coming back to this slide, you remember what I said about the more f-stop you have, the clearer your subject is and their background. And the less f-stop you have, you see the aperture blade is wide open, but then it blurs out their background. Similarly, your shutter speed, the more numbers, so this is 1 over 1,000. You see this person is running, but it freezes them. However, the less number, this is 1 over 2, and you see how blurred they are. Similarly, your ISO as well, the more number, the brighter it is and the more distorted it is, and the less number, the darker your picture comes and stuff. So when we are thinking about this triangle in real life, as we go back to our churches, as we implement the default measurement, or like the standard measurement, again, everything is very subjective. You always have to adapt it based on what's right in front of you. But the standard measurement of taking pictures of people, especially with your shutter speed, is usually between 1 over 120 and 1 over 200. And this is because most times when people move around, most times when we are clicking our shutter button, our hand shakes the camera. And in order to prevent the shake of our hand from like disturbing our pictures, we need to capture at a faster way where the moment you're clicking it, the camera is shutting even before your shake disturbs it. So take it from there. Start with that. If I go back to my church now, I set up my camera and right now I'm on 1 over 200. Is my picture darker or is it too bright? When we start from there, then we see regarding our aperture, what is our aim of capturing our pictures? Do we want to blur the things behind them so much? Or do we want to ensure that people can see them a little? Or do we want to ensure that, it is like everything behind them is properly clear and then we could see all these things? Again, by the time we set our aperture, for me, most times, I like shooting at like the least aperture I can because at the end of the day, again, there's some technicalities behind this because if you're on 1.4 and you have a little distance between your subjects, the farther you are, the more it can actually the more it can see more people around you. However, the closer you are to your subject, the more it blurs their background as well. So your aperture, typically for me, I make use of f2.8, depending on the lens I'm using, or f1.4, depending on the lens I'm using. So most time think about it as your shutter speed is between, let's say, 1/160, and your aperture is at the lowest your camera can accommodate. Some camera can accommodate 2.8, some camera can accommodate 5.6, some cameras can accommodate f4. Understand? So based on these two settings, then we change our ISO at the last step. So again, is our picture appearing too bright or is our picture too dark? If it is too bright, we dial our ISO down to like the lowest possible balance of it. However, if it is too dark, we increase our ISO, but again, a little technicality here. There is a threshold to how much you could increase your ISO. I mean, most cameras, for example, this camera can increase its ISO up to, I think, 256,000 ISO, as much as it can. However, again, remember, the more you increase your ISO, the more distorted. You can see how the picture just fades out. Like, the quality of the images spoils the more you raise your ISO. So the safe place for your ISO is anything, I think, up to about 3,200 or like 64,000, most times. 6,400, thank you. So, again, this is the mode, or like when we are setting up our cameras, or like when we are manually setting our cameras, this is how we start. Remember, we start with our shutter speed. Based on their movements, if they are moving so fast, then we could go up to like 1/250, 1/500, depending on their movement. However, if they are just probably standing, you could imagine like the pastor preaching is not moving too much. Like you could predict his movement. Then you could probably just stay at 125, or you could stay at 160. Do you understand? And then our aperture, most time I would advise to come to the lowest your camera can accommodate. If your camera can do 1.2, do 1.2 because the more light, the better. Except you are taking a group picture. And again, okay, let me explain this part of it. So, the lesser your aperture, the brighter your image. However, the more blurrier your image could become, because the way your aperture also measures, it measures in depth of field. Meaning, this, let's say we have multiple things standing. It measures based on how they are on more of like an horizontal plane in itself. So if you have an f1.4, your f1.4 could measure everything on this plane technically. However, if you have like your f2.8, like f4, f6, your f6 could cover everything from this up to the back. However, the lower your f-stop becomes, the thinner the line of field, or the thinner the depth of field it covers. Meaning, if you have a 1.2 lens and you are close to your subject, there's a very high potential that it can actually just focus on like their nose area, like the front place, and every other thing is blurry. I've seen that happen before. Like it's focusing, like the more you reduce the aperture, the thinner its depth of field technically becomes. However, your picture becomes brighter. So there's more of like a balance. So you have to find out sweet balance between it. Like, how do you ensure your picture is bright, but at the same time, you're not blurring out your subject and the things around them technically. Do we understand? Thank you. So now let's come into composition. So earlier, I spoke about when we talk about storytelling and about being able to communicate or being able to let your picture tell a story, technically, most times it is around your composition. However, your settings as well determines how that happens, or like how you could properly take these pictures like this. And just a little revision from what we just learned in regards to like our settings. For this particular picture, we can see that there are emotions, right? Meaning, what do you think my shutter speed is? Do you think it is very low, or do you think it is high enough to match their speed? High, right? Yes. So, and it being high, that means I also have to consider my aperture. Do I only want to focus on this person, or do I also want to ensure the people at the back are also visible? What do you think I did? Did I increase my aperture, or did I reduce my aperture? Huh? Yeah, not sure. I want to hear. Huh? Increase. So you increase your aperture enough to ensure not only these people are visible, but the things behind them as well are quite visible. And your ISO you move your ISO around enough till you have like your perfect light in a sense. So when we talk about compositions, there are different kind of composition. The most popular style of composition is the rule of thirds. I will be discussing more about this in the following slides. We have our leading lines, we have our foreground framing, and we have our angles. I was looking through the registration link, and a lot of people were just writing, there was a part of the registration that asked, what would you like to learn? Everybody just saying angles. Don't worry, you'll learn them today. But yeah, so when we talk about rule of thirds, is anybody familiar with these lines on your camera, even your iPhone? What is it called? Grid. This is called your grid, and with this grid comes the rule of thirds. So essentially, these lines are there to guide your photograph. Like, they are not just there for design. Like, they are more of like a guideline for you to properly position your subject in the frame and get the pictures you want, definitely. So when we have this grid, there are few rules that comes into it. If you are taking a picture of someone that is facing a particular place, like you're not just taking them head on like this, for example, like the way it's taking me right now, like you can see that I'm facing a particular place maybe. What you always want to do is leave space for where they are facing. If they are facing here, you can't put them here because we don't care about what's behind them. We only want to focus on what's right in front of them. I think that's the best way to start from. So let's assume he is not facing here. Let's assume he's facing here. Do you think it will still be okay for us to put him here? Then where do we put him? The other side. Do we understand? That's like that's the start of the rule of thirds, technically. And this is another example of this. So we have Minister Dorsey here. This was from last week, Friday as well. He was facing this area of things. Like automatically, the imaginary grid, you align your subject. You align your subject to you align your subject to fit most times one of these points in your photograph. So with this rule of thirds, there are actually so many possibilities to it. But the most basic rule, again, is whenever your subject is facing somewhere, you want to leave enough space for them right in front of them. And whenever again, they are facing the opposite direction, you flip them. However, at the same time, if you are taking a picture of, I don't have so much examples of this because the presentation wasn't supposed to go as much technical, really. But then if you have other elements in your photographs, or like if you have, it might not be your pastor alone, it might be someone worshiping, it might be someone praying, or like someone doing something. And again, you're taking pictures of someone who is praying or like who is worshiping, and they're leaning on the floor, and you're trying to document them. Depending on where they are facing, if they are facing, like, if you're taking picture of them from the side and they are technically facing like the other side, again, you put them on the rule of thirds and do that. However, if they are facing right in front of you, most times it is advisable to place them right in the middle of this. This is more reserved for like the heroes of your shot. Understand? So you place them right in the middle, and then because there's no direction, like they are facing, they are looking straight up into the camera, and like into your audience that way. And most times you reserve this particular style or like this particular composition when you want your photograph to communicate directly to your audience who are viewing the pictures. I know we've seen some pictures online, even of pastors or things who are preaching, and it almost looks as if they are looking straight at you, like they are giving you eye contact, really. At the end of the day, you create that by positioning them right in the center and giving them the ability to do so. Next, we have our leading lines. Our leading lines essentially, there's a little lag. We have to wait. Wow, this is long. Okay. Is everything okay at the back? Okay, so the next is, wow, that's longer. The next is the leading lines. And the leading lines usually, thank you. It's on that screen, it's not here, sorry. So the next is the leading lines, and the leading lines are used to direct the attention of your audience to the subject of your photograph. You understand? So most times, there are different ways to do this. I know we've all seen some pictures of maybe on Instagram or people where like you have the road, like you have an empty road, and then they are taking the picture from under, and then like the yellow line of the picture like lead you straight to the person where they're standing or straight to the car. That way. So that's what the leading line does. And it could be created with any element or with anything in your surroundings. It doesn't have to be straight. It doesn't have to be zigzag. It could be diagonal all you want. The idea of this is everything in your frame is at the end of the day leading to your subject. In this case, your leading line composition here is the fence or like the wall right next to them. And this particular thing is what leads you to your subject. And this is a very vivid example of that. Wow, let's wait. Wow. Is that? It is on the screen. There. So this is a very example of, this is one of the ways to use leading lines. And this was from the Experience Worship last year. And you could see how first this stage is leading towards our subject, but at the same time, the people who are worshiping over here are also leading. At the end of the day, you are creating kind of a funnel. You are creating like a direction towards the subject. And sometimes even in your local church, some ways you could recreate this is, most churches are arranged like the way we are sitting right now. Most churches are arranged in rows and they are arranged in columns like this. And being able to probably get an angle from underneath where you could follow the trail of the chairs as they are arranged and they are stacked straightforward for it to lead towards the preacher or like towards the people singing or towards the people doing things. You understand? So this is how leading lines is being used. At the end of the day, again, it doesn't have to be a physical line. It doesn't have to be straight. It doesn't have to be thin. But the idea is for you to create. Is for you to create a direction towards your subject at the end of the day. And next we have our frame, our foreground frame, and this is quite one of my best. Composition. I use this a lot in most of my photographs because with the foreground frame, you use it to tell a story within a story. Because at the end of the day, earlier we learned about the aperture. We learned how like we could make the aperture blur, where like we are only focusing on our subject. However, with this foreground frame, we could use it to tell a story by putting our subject in the middle and blurring things around them until we get to them. And we have to wait. So some example of this is this actually. She is praying. There are people praying around her. But because we are using them as our frame, they don't have to be sharp. They don't have to be like as clear as possible. But then we can still look at them and understand that they are praying, while also directing towards our main subject to tell, again, the story about prayer, about how, like, they are worshiping and it is an intense worship session. Do we understand? And another way of doing this as well is this photograph. I actually love this photograph. It was one of my events as well. Is shooting through things. Like, it doesn't have to be people sometimes. You could shoot through, like, chairs, or, like, you could shoot through water bottle if possible. Anything. At the end of the day, I mean, not anything. Obviously, you want to tell a story, but to create this kind of bouquet in itself, you could imagine shooting through, like, flowers and other things and just blurring the surroundings of your subject to create this bouquet while leading to your subject in the middle. So this could mean, for example, you shooting through this tree and just taking the yellow and green part of the tree to create, like, the little things around them and getting towards your subject. So I think this is the most requested part of things, angles. So our time, I think we are not doing too bad with time. So angles is a full university course on itself. Like, it's so bulky, and I hope I'll be able to touch on a little subject of it today while we're doing this. So with angles, there are several kinds of angles. We have our eye level angle, like the name implies, eye level, like what you can see, like literally eye level, that's what it means. We have our eye angle. So essentially, eye angle, it is looking from above. We have our low angle, almost similar to this, taking your photograph, not from where they can see, but from under. Like, it's more creating, I know in cinematography, it is more known as like the hero angle and like I've forgotten what the other one is called. You have your bird's eye view, which is overhead. You can imagine someone standing on the balcony at the top and getting a picture from above of everybody. That's what eye angle means. You have our worm's eye view. Worm's eye view is quite dramatic because it means you have to almost be a worm. You have to take it from under. So it's like getting like the extreme low angle version or photographs of your subject. You have the over the shadow angle. Over the shadow angle is essentially similar to using our frame in a frame, or our foreground framing. Like, you have someone standing and you're getting a picture of the subject over the shoulder of them to frame your subject. Usually you use this particular angle. I also use this a lot to tell a story or to make your audience feel like they are inside the experience, they are also experiencing it. You use this angle to, for example, if one of our photographers, for example, sits down there and they are getting this picture right between two of you and taking of me, it gives the perspective of, even though someone is at home, they feel like they are the one seated in there. It gives that illusion of, it gives almost like a third-person illusion of them being present, a first-person illusion of them being present. And then you have your close-up. So close-up or extreme close-up angles is more how close your lens or like how close your photograph is to your subject. So in cinematography, and I'm referencing cinematography because I started out a little within cinematography before diverting into photography. But in cinematography, so close-up essentially means if your photograph shows the person from their head to about their chest, and then medium close-up is from their, medium, I know there's extreme close-up. Extreme close-up is probably just like zooming so tight that it's only showing few details. For example, for some of my concert photography, I try to only get like just their face or like just their mic and like just them singing or like, so just think of these close-ups as how close is it to your subject in a sense. So close-ups are more like, you think like from their waist and like you're getting a picture of that. Or like extreme close-up is when your camera is too close to your subject. And usually you achieve this to actually more with zoom lens instead of prime lens, except you want to carry 35mm and you're right in their nose and you're trying to like, I want to get a close-up of you. You understand? So, And then you have wide angle, which is one of my favorite angles as well. Wide angle essentially is used with lenses, wide angle lenses, technically. So any lenses between like 11 mm to I think 35 is quite considered a wide angle. So the wider your angle, the more you can see, the more people, or like the more field of view it has, really. For example, if one of our photographers in the room, as you see them moving around, want to get a picture of everybody sitting at once, like they want to get a picture of me, they want to get a picture of you, they want to get an overhead picture of us, usually they will resort to using a wide angle lens, because at that time they can capture multiple subjects, they can capture multiple things at the same time. Wide angle is used to tell a story about how big your event is, or like to tell a story about how full your event is, or like how, don't let me use events, your Sunday services. You understand? For example, you want to tell a story about, let's say, I don't want to say, let's say it is during like Thanksgiving Sunday, for example, and I know and you want to get a picture that captured the full energy in the room. It's not just capturing one person, it's not just capturing two people, it's technically covering everybody. Then you resort to using wide angle for that. So this next slide shows some example. Oh, it's faster now. So this next slide shows some example of this angle. So a little exercise for everybody. We are going to name what we think some of these angles are. Are you ready? Are you ready? Do you need me to go back so you could look at the... Huh? I should go back, Avi? Okay, so let's take some minutes. So this is more of like an objective question, like an MCQ. So just let me know when you're ready and when I can move to the next. Are you ready? Shall I move to the next? Are you ready? Okay, so who can tell us what angle does this look like to you? Close up, thank you. And actually, it is a mix of two angles. So close up and what? Okay. Close up and low angle. That's it, because again, we are coming from under. It's not eye level. We are not looking at him like eye to eye, and it is also not over the head. You understand? However, okay, so how about this angle? Again, this is a mixture of multiple angles. And what? Sorry, again? Wide angle? Bird's eye view, yes. Yeah, so it's a mixture of wide angle and bird's eye view. Wide angle because it captures so much, like it captures like the essence, like the full event. And bird's eye view because it is right above them. It's more like, again, bird's eye view. That it's very straightforward. And then how about this picture? What do you think? What angles do you think this is? This is not one more. One is, it is on the low angle. Yeah. So low angle, definitely. I think low angle, and it's not exactly close up. So yeah, low angle. I think this will also be considered wide angle as well, because there are multiple, it's capturing multiple subjects within it. So do we understand this subject of angles now? Are you sure? Who can tell me what is over the shoulder angle? How does that look like? Anybody want to volunteer? Yeah? Huh? Yeah. Yeah. Yes, thank you. How about, who can tell us what does bird's eye view angle look? If you've missed this, let me cover this. What does bird's eye view angle look like? Yeah, thank you. You understand? So how about warm eye view? How does that look like? Yeah? From under, like it looks like you're the worm. Usually people use this angle. Everything about angles is all about perspectives. You choose your angle based on how you want your audience to feel. If you want them to feel like they're, like this one, you want them to feel like they are looking at it from God's eye view, like, not God's eye view, like bird's eye view, like they're looking at it from the top, then you choose this. However, for this one, this was actually chosen to make you feel like you're also within the circle. You're within the circle and enjoying the music and enjoying the dance. And for this one, you want it to feel like you're so close to Samsung and, like you're also part of his administration technically. You understand? So for Sunday services, whenever we take our pictures, most times the goal of us taking these pictures is to make the people who can attend church to feel like they're also in church. Do we understand? So choosing our angle also has to come from that perspective. For example, if, let's say, who can I use? If Christian is not in church, for example, where will he be sitting and how is he going to experience Sunday service? We could choose some of our angles from that perspective. For example, Christian will be sitting maybe in the middle row seat. I know although he's a senior pastor, so probably first row. Like, he might be sitting in the middle row seat, and it might be a certain height, or like, from this angle, I think this angle represents what he's going to be looking and how he's going to be seeing the service right in front of him. Or he might be sitting at the back, for example, and maybe not come to church early that day, He's at the back, and how will that perspective look like? You understand? So when we are choosing how we take our pictures, at the end of the day, we always have to have it in our mind is, how do we want people at home to experience what is right in front of us? Do we get it? Do we understand? Do you understand your exposure triangle? You're not sure. Do you understand your exposure triangle? What does aperture do? Hey. Okay. Each of them is the same. That definition works for each of them. So who can give me what did I use as a perfect example for aperture? Huh? Talk now. Yes. Yeah, and I use the example of your eyes. You understand? So the larger you have your eyes opened, or like the lesser, the more you. Yeah. So I think we definitely have time to do this. So let's practice some of the things we've learned. So earlier, I asked who considers themselves advanced. Again, if you think you're advanced, I want to see your hands up. You can't, yeah, why? If on a scale of beginner, intermediate, and advanced, if you're advanced, let me see your hands. I'm not seeing as much hands as I saw earlier, okay? I'm not seeing the hand. All of you, Okay, one. How many? Raise your hand. I want to count each and every one of you. 1, 2. Boomer. Yeah. So one. I want to see everybody's hand. Please keep your hands up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wow, 10. So each and every one of you, we have the next 30 minutes to practice some of the things we've learned. So each of the advanced leaders, we will split ourselves into groups. I don't know, I'm not coordinating that. You figure that out yourself. God be with you. But then each of us will meet together, and I trust everybody has cameras, and we have our lenses with us and everything, and we'll just try to practice. How does aperture work? Okay. Actually, let me quickly do some demo before we go into that. Can we switch to this first? Sorry. Oh, I can see. Okay. Can you see this? Oh yeah. How's that? Just a second, everyone. Sorry.
So how are we all feeling? What have we learned so far? What do you know about your angles now? I don't know much about the angles, the grades, and the aperture, but I was listening, so I just want to know how you're feeling from the crowd. I'm going to point for someone to share their experience. So, yeah, do you want to tell us what you've learned? Yeah. Sorry. Cool. So your name and what you've learned so far.
My name is Jez. I learned ISO, aperture, and shutter speed.
Did we hear him? I don't think so.
My name is Jez. I learned shutter speed, ISO, and aperture.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to the other side as well. So, any volunteers from here? I'm going to point somebody. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Okay, thank you. Okay, cool. Check your notes, what have we been listening so far. Okay, cool. All right. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, my name is Eddie, and from the most confusing part of the exposure triangle, which has been delved on different times, today I picked one very focal point out of it.
One house.
That is, apertures are measured in f-stop.
Okay.
It determines how, in quote, how light comes into the lens. While shutter speed measures when. That is measured is in time.
Yeah.
So when and how. So putting these two together in relation to the ISO, which is like from our lead speaker said, like an artificial kind of source of light, comes together. So you now know when do I need to expand my aperture, and how many the count of the speed, the shutter speed. So putting these three together will make you have a perfect
Triangle.
picture in relation to the concept, because there usually has to be a concept. This is what I want to achieve. So in relation to this concept, I will need to increase my ISO or reduce my aperture in order to capture that concept.
All right. So, can we give a round of applause, please? All right. So, I have two questions to the group. So, for aperture, how do you ensure you have a bright picture? Do you increase your aperture or you lower it? Any grabbers? You what? You what? All right. So, for shutter speed, what do we do differently? If you want to have like a bright picture and less blurry picture, what do we do? Lucky is going to move ahead. So, what did we learn? So, for like your shutter speed, right? So, what do you do to ensure like you have a bright picture and less blurry pictures? Are we listening?
If it's blurry, that means they're moving faster than than the setting you pick, so you have to increase it.
Can we give him a round of applause, please? You guys are listening. Great job, guys. One more question. So, what do we need to focus on when we have like a fast subject? Like the speaker is moving so fast. So, what do you need to focus more on? Your shutter speed, ISO, or your aperture? What do you guys need to focus on more?
Yeah, I think it's shutter speed.
Is that right or wrong? All right, thank you very much. What else? What else? What else? Do you want to share with us what you learned today? Don't worry, it's a safe space.
Hey, God, I beg. What did I learn today? Let me look at my notes.
Cool. Why should you look at our notes?
Yeah, the rule of thirds. So, depending on where your subject is and the position that they're looking at, where to focus them in the rule of thirds. For example, if they're looking towards the left, you're putting them on the right of the grid. If they're looking towards the right, you're putting them on the left of the grid. And if they're looking at you, you're putting them in the center.
Please, round of applause, please. Round of applause, please. All right, cool. So what did we learn about the leading line? Like, what did we learn? Like, about like, yeah, okay, cool. I see your hand. Thank you.
Leading lines are supposed to lead you to your subject.
Nice. Thank you very much. Round of applause. Let's encourage. All right, cool. All right, cool. All right, so, sir, do you want to let us know what you've learned today so far?
I learned about apertures and how to increase your shutter speed. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay, I've not heard from this. I'm just going to pick somebody. Hi, guys. Okay, wrap up. All right, cool. One more question, and yeah, we're good to go. What have you learned so far, Ma?
The ISO. Okay. Yeah.
What about all right, cool. All right, thank you very much. I'm going to give back to Loki. And yeah, please keep taking notes. No worries. Oh, you have a question, please. Okay, cool.
So,
Throughout the church service, do you find that you have to change aperture and everything constantly? And then does the lighting of the room also impact what you decide to use as well?
Yeah, so, okay. The reason why I'm starting from the fundamentals is because we have to master. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'm talking. Okay. Okay. Advanced. So. Constant light. Even within this room, the stage is brighter than where you're sitting. And you want to ensure when you're getting your photographs, it's the same kind of light. Like your photo should look identical. Like you taking pictures in that place shouldn't be darker than when you're taking picture on the stage. So that's why the idea of mastering, which we'll be doing in a few seconds. Can we turn on the... So the idea of mastering your camera settings is very much important. Knowing that, oh, if I'm in the audience, I have to increase my ISO to match the same brightness as if I'm taking picture of the stage. And when I'm on the stage, I have to reduce my ISO to match the same brightness as when I'm down there. So can you see? So, because I can't see anything right here, so we are all looking at the same thing together. Okay, so earlier, I spoke about the f-stop. The f-stop is your aperture, right? And I say when you're taking pictures, especially in churches where, not all church has like this kind of bright light, and like not all churches as bright, and not everywhere is bright like this. So you always want to go as low as possible, as low as your camera settings can accommodate. Some cameras only accommodate up to 4.0. Some cameras accommodate only 5.6. And as you can see, the higher I go, the darker the pictures are looking. Let me focus on someone. So can you see? So for example, if you see, the more I lower my aperture over here, the brighter the picture is. And in this case, this is looking almost like quite perfectly lit. You can also see this figure down here, which measures the light. Most times, you always want this to be at 0.0, and it is based on your measurements on your camera. So, again, you want to always ensure your aperture is at the lowest possible, number, while your shutter speed as well is at a number, if they are not moving as fast, is either between 1 over 125. It is either between 1 over 125 or 1 over 250, or even 200 is okay. This way, your pictures are sharp all the time, like regardless of the move, regardless of the shake, you are capturing and freezing the moment that way. So in this case where we have our aperture at 1.4, we have our shutter speed at 200, if at this point our picture appears too bright still, what do we do here? We reduce our ISO. So if we now reduce it and it's looking like this again, what do? Increase it. And over time, the more you get familiar with your camera, the more you know, I only have to reduce it once, or I only have to reduce it twice, I only have to reduce it like 5 times until, just think of it as a lever, as a balancing lever. So if it is extreme, it goes to one side. If it is again to the other side, it's too much, till you find that perfect balance where it doesn't look too exposed and it doesn't look less exposed. And this lighting meter on your camera will tell you when it is properly exposed, because always you want to be at 0.0. If it is too bright, let's quickly test that. If it is too bright, it jumps to plus 1.3, meaning it is like 1 time more exposed than what it is supposed to be. However, if it is less exposed, you see minus 1.3. So the more you do your settings, as you see, as we are increasing our settings, is giving us, so right now we know that 800 appears to be the perfect settings in this case. Do we understand? For me personally, I like my picture sometimes when it is in like plus 1.0 or like 0.7 because I know in Lightroom I can always reduce my highlight to balance everything properly. You understand? So this is just a quick demo to what it looks like. And let's quickly do a demo of what happens when you reduce your, as you can see, when you reduce your shutter speed, more light comes in because now the camera is not closing as fast as it's supposed to, and it is only closing slowly. And again, the more time, it's just like opening a tap and trying to fill a bucket. There's a difference when you just open the tap and you close it, and just open the tab and leave it for some time, and then you close it. Obviously, the amount of light that comes in is different at that point. Do we understand? So that's why keeping it at between 1/125 or 1/250 is quite important. However, if you are shooting, again, it is a press event and like there's so much energy. Like, have anybody been to any ministration by Minister Jennifer Lewin before? Yeah? Have you seen how she worships and like so much energy? Or like Minister Daniel Ojo, for example, like the jump, the energy. For people like that, if you're on 1/200, you won't get any good picture, I promise you. Because they are moving so fast, and at the end of the day, all your pictures will appear blurry because you are not able to capture them, you are not able to freeze them because they are faster than that. So in that case, you increase your shutter speed, either 350, 320, 400, 500, and as you can see, the more we are increasing it, the darker our image is becoming. And in this case, what do we do? Increase the ISO to match that. But remember, the more you increase your ISO, the more your picture quality is being reduced. Like, your camera won't tell you when to stop. If you like, shoot at 1/8000 and do 40,000 ISO. At the end of the day, you will see the results when you take your picture. That's why it is important for you to know you don't want to overuse your shutter speed, but at the same time, you don't want to underuse it where your picture appears blurry. So you want to master. So this is where the aspect of every Sunday you're practicing. What measurement is best for me? Like what settings work best? Is it 1/160 that is better? Or can I still come to 1/125 and my picture is still clear without me losing any focus or anything that way? Do we understand? So now, earlier, I know I asked every advanced person to raise up their hand, but then we were too much and it's going to cause a little bit of rowdiness. So I'm just going to split the room into 3. Okay, I think we could do 4. So this row together, one group. This row together, one group. This row together, one group. And this row together, one group. And I have Christian, who is actually one of our panelists for today. Christian will be taking care of it will be in the group 1 team. Awelewa, Mr. Charles Awelewa, who is one of my amazing friends and a very fantastic photographer as well, will be taking care of group 3. And Mr. Samuel will be taking care of group 3 as well. And over here, Boma will be taking care of group 4. So the idea of this demo is we have 30 minutes, actually. We have to be done at 2 for this first session. Then after this week, we are going to have some food to eat. I hope that's ready as well. So, yeah. So each of this group, the idea of this is everything we've learned today, each of you, I know there are cameras, not everybody is there with their cameras, but we could all share or we could all work with someone who has a camera and understand what happens when we get a picture that has like f6.0, f30 or something, or what happens when we have a picture that has ISO 2000, ISO 3000, ISO 5000, or even in regards to the angles. What does high angle look like? What does low angle look like? What does eye level angle look like? All these different things we've learned. So we are going to do this, and after the event, I would like to see some of the pictures. I know we didn't make a provision for a link to upload them to, but I will actually start working on that, and we could see all the pictures we've taken, and then we just get to properly understand how this works. So everybody, your time starts now. We are back here at 1:50. Oh, yeah, 1:50. Is that okay? Thank you. Okay, group 3 is 4. Good?
Can you give me a camera?
Let me get my second camera. Listen,
Turn off your mic.
oh, please turn it off.
No, you have to.
It's at the back. Let me turn it off. Can you hear me? Jakim, can you hear me?
So if you need to amplify the light, then
Hello. Hi, everyone. Hi, can you hear me? Praise the Lord. I'm just checking the room. Everybody, can you hear me? It doesn't look like some people can hear me. Everybody's still talking. Everybody, can you hear me? Please take a seat. Wow. Mr. Samuel, thank you so much. Everybody, please take a seat. Thank you. Boma. 1 minute over time. Are we well seated? Yes. Thank you all so much for the first talk. And who can tell me, at least from each group, one representative from each group, what are some new things you learned, and what would you like to share? Who wants to volunteer for group one? Group one, what are some new things you learned, and what do you practice here?
So one of the highlights of our discussion was when Chris touched on the importance of photography in church, where as a photographer, you have to be also very sensitive to what is happening.
Yes.
It's a spiritual
Yes.
activity.
Yeah.
You don't want to be distracted with
Yes.
whatever you do.
Yeah.
So we actually asked them, what are some of the angles you would recommend for such events? And he mentioned that you don't want to be in their face.
Yes, at all. Yeah.
So most of the time you rather use the
Zoom line, yeah.
taking shots using the telephoto lens
Yes.
and all of that. So I think that was one of the highlights, because what we do is a spiritual activity. We need to make sure that we are not all over the place.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I think that was the highlight.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Discussion.
Thank you. Group two. Everybody, a round of applause, by the way. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So from group two, want to volunteer, what are some new things you learned? And what would you like to share with everybody? Group two.
Thank you for the opportunity. I learned how to line my pictures using the rule of third.
Sorry?
I learned how to line up my picture, my subject
Yeah.
using the rule of third.
Yeah.
And also the light, to get the lighting of the subject by increasing the ISO or adjusting the aperture,
Aperture,
or the shutter speed.
Yes. Thank you.
That's all.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Everybody, thank you. For group three, oh, thank you so much. That was fast. For group three, yeah, over here. Group three.
Hi.
Oh, okay.
Hi. So, two things. First of all, I got to learn that it's not about the gear you have. Yeah, but mostly the camera body is the lens that matters a lot.
Yes,
So
most times,
it
yeah.
started as the lens that matters a lot. And I was blown when he said you can bump up your ISO as much as you want to go,
Yeah.
and then during post-editing, you can play with your
Your setting,
your
yeah.
grains,
Yeah.
and then correct that. But most importantly, get the right composition, yeah? Exposure, whatever, and then complete that. So my question was about how to make I was struggling with blurry pictures.
Blurry pictures?
Yeah, I take picture.
Okay, yeah.
It looks good on the
Yeah.
frame, but when it
Yeah,
comes out,
so,
it's blurry.
okay. A quick,
No, but he
I know.
answered. He answered, but
Okay.
it's fine. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. Group four. Who wants to volunteer? What are some new things you learned from your group, from your breakout discussion? Group four. One person has to volunteer. Oh, so I'm not living here. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Manuel, and basically what we actually did right here is we just went through what we've been taught and like a review, and we did a little bit of practical. Then I got a camera and I was able to just capture a few shots, and what I did was I just play around the aperture,
Yeah.
the high ISO. I
Yeah.
don't really do much on the shutter speed.
Okay.
So I increase the aperture to get less light,
Mhm.
and the high ISO, like I decrease it. Yeah.
Well, you decrease?
So get a higher quality of picture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You increase your aperture or your ISO?
No, I decrease the aperture.
Okay.
Yeah, to get less light. No, I increase it actually. Yeah, so that's just it.
We'll take that. Everybody, a round of applause for yourselves. Thank you all so much. So even though we are some minutes behind right now, like we've taken some minutes, we are going to take a very short break, and there's food outside in the lobby area. However, we are going to go in groups. So remember your group number, so group 1, group 2, group 3, group 4. Because the place is too small and not everybody can go at the same time, so we'll start from group 4. So everybody in group 4, you could go outside to the lobby area, get your food and come back in. And when you're back, group 3, group 2, and group 1. Are we clear? And wait, after this as well, we are also learning, after this, we are going to come back to learn about editing and how to properly edit your picture, how to make your picture stand out. And after our editing session, we are going to be learning from our professionals in the room through the panel discussion. So I'm so happy about that because we are bringing together the leaders within like some of our amazing churches. I know we have Christian, our head of creatives for CCI Canada. We have NM, the head of department for photography for House of Praise, Mississauga. We have Mr. Ezekiel Akintola, the CEO of Ye TV, who is the head of production for Center of Life Church. And we also have Ms. Adetong, who will be moderating the session. So there's still a lot of amazing things to come. So take your food outside, enjoy yourself, and please come back in for the rest. Thank you. Group 4, please go take your snacks. Come here.
Ladies and gentlemen, just a quick announcement. Would the following cars please move your vehicles from the parking spots? We have a BMW with plate number BYDW280. BYDW280. Then we have another car with plate number CWKD378. It's a Genesis CWKD378. And finally, a Subaru with CRWJ711. CRWJ711. Please move as soon as possible. Thank you. Sorry, guys, one more thing. While you guys are eating, this is actually the time for you guys to network, exchange contacts. So do all you can to, build that community with each other. Thank you. now. A big thank you to Yay TV by Ezekiel at the back. A big thank you to Christ Tribe RCCG. A big thank you to, guys, round of applause, round of applause. A big thank you to the God Class Designer and Content Hub Studio. Thank you for your partnership in making this event possible. Can I get the next slide, please? All right, we're going to talk about Content Hub Studio real quick. This is a creative space in Toronto if you're looking for any studio time. They're very versatile, as you can see. These are some of the set pictures. Next slide, please. Next slide. All right, and more set pictures. They're currently running a discount for everyone who attended this masterclass. 25% off from the hourly rate of $50, minimum of 2 hours, and you get all the gear you need except for add-ons. So if you go on their website, I'm not sure if there's a link here. There's no. Okay. No, previous one, previous. Thank you. So you get all the equipment they need. If you look around you, you should have this sheet. I don't think we have enough to go around, but share with your partner if you can. I know there's some in the front. And this gives you all the details of their address, the booking process, on all the equipment included, their website, their Instagram, phone number, and booking email. It's all on here, including the QR code. Easiest way to just do it is scan the QR and you will get all the details you need. Don't forget it's 25% off, and a big thank you to Content Hub Studios. Now, if you wanted to become a sponsor for any future church photography masterclasses, all you have to do is scan this QR code to partner with us for products and services, any financial donations, vendor discounts. If you want to donate camera and photography gear, or you want to participate in any giveaways we do during the masterclass, just scan this QR code and you will be led to the information page that you can do so. All right. Next thing we're going to go to is our next session. Before we do that, a round of applause for you guys. You guys have been great so far. I hope you've been a round of applause. Fantastic. All right. Next up, sorry guys, we have Talk 2 by Lucky, making your photographs stand out. Everyone please welcome, round of applause for our convener, Lucky Oshumbi. Give him a second, please. Thank you.
Sorry. Hi, everyone. How are we feeling? I hope everybody has eaten. If you have not eaten, raise your hand. Okay, everybody has eaten. Thank you. Come in. Can you see my screen? Sorry, 2 seconds, 2 seconds. Yes, so we are talking about making your photographs stand out. Earlier we discussed about the technicalities of photography. And like I said, if you remember when we started, there are several areas of church photography. You have your shooting, your editing, your storage management, your workflow management. And we discussed a little about the shooting part of it. So now let's go more into the editing part of it. So here's some of the pictures I got the opportunity to edit. This was from Koinonia, Canada, last year. And that's Apostle Joshua Seman and everybody in the audience. And here with Apostle Osai, Aruma Osai as well for RCN California. And yeah, so these are just some of the pictures I got the opportunity to edit. And from each of these photographs, are there some element of it that you see that speaks to you, really, in a sense? Like, look carefully, look at the different elements within the image. Is there anything you see that is quite... Yes?
So, with this picture, it's so profound. It's the lighting coming on the subject there.
Yeah.
The action.
Yeah.
And when you look at like, what's also happening.
Yeah.
You can just tell the story from different angle. It's a beautiful picture.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. So yeah, that's one of the beauty. First, that's one of the beauty of photography. And can anybody actually, bonus question, can anybody tell me what kind of angle is this? Huh? Low angle. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Low and wide angle. So can we see the application of the angles, right? Can we see when we need to use like low angle, for example, or when we need to use high level angle and things like that? So when we talk about editing, here are some of the tools used for editing. We have Adobe Lightroom, we have Capture One, we have Adobe Camera Raw. And for the mobile editing, for those, for example, I know when I started photography in church, my church at the time, we were using our pastor's phone to take pictures and editing with the camera, with the photo app, and upload it, you know. But then if you're using your phone, for example, you could make use of Lightroom Mobile, Snapseed, and Visco. So here are some tools. But for this demonstration, most times, we'll be making use mainly of Adobe Lightroom. So what are the fundamentals of editing? There are a lot. There are several aspects of editing, but the key areas are organizing and selecting, correcting our exposure, white balance or color temperature balance, how you will call it, enhancing sharpness and clarity, refining colors, and creative styling. So technically consider this as a workflow whenever you're editing in a sense. For example, it's a Sunday service, you take your picture, you know, you understand your ISO, you understand your aperture, you understand your shutter speed, but now what do you do with the pictures you've taken? Like, although they are good, they are perfect, but how can you make it better? How can you make them stand out? First, you select, obviously. You organize your picture. Second, you correct the exposure. Is it too dark? Is it too bright? You understand? And your white balance as well. Is the white elements in the picture actually white? Or are they a little bit blue? Are they a little bit yellow? Or are they a little bit green? Or are they a little bit magenta in a sense? As well, are my pictures sharp, or do I need to add more artificial ways to make them sharper and make them look more quality? And likewise, the colors as well. Maybe what you see in front of you looks yellow, but by the time you take the picture, because of the light and so many elements, it's not yellow. It's probably looking like a little bit orange or something. How can you ensure you return the color back to where it's supposed to be? And also your creative styling, if you want to make it black and white, if you want to mask it and add some like elements, if you want to do anything you would like to do with it. We'll be going over that a little. So first we start with organizing and selecting. I know, again, this is quite subjective, and everybody have the way they do their organizing and selecting. And I know in the world of AI right now, I actually make use of some AI tool as well in church to select properly. I make use of Aftershoot as well for my Sunday service to make selecting easier for me and to make it faster. However, to do it manually, what I typically do is I have my SD card inserted to my computer, and using the normal Finder app, I have my SD card, for example. I have the list of pictures that I just took for Sunday service, and within this folder, within this folder, I create another folder called Chosen. So chosen or selected most times, as you see, so create a folder called Chosen or Selected. And within that, I open them side by side like this. And within those, most times, I create new folders signifying sessions of the service. So if this was a Sunday service, for example, you have like maybe arrival. I know I actually learned this technique from my colleague here, my senior master, my senior brother, Christian, actually. He's over there. I learned this technique actually from Christian when we worked together during Deeper last year, where you segment your folders based on the things happening. For example, you have arrival. You create a folder for arrival, meaning if you're moving any picture here between, like, let's say, between 6:45 to, like, 7 o'clock, it's only arrival pictures. You're only selecting pictures within that time and moving it into the arrival folder. You have another folder, maybe, for example, all about, let's say, prayer or, like, praise and worship, for example. You select based on that. The idea of this, first of all, is to break down your picture selection into micro units, where, especially if you are working in teams, if you are not the only one in charge of editing, you could assign Thanksgiving editing to this person, you could assign prayer to this person, you could assign praise and worship to the other person, and then work is going on simultaneously without stopping one another. Do we understand? So next we have correct exposure. Earlier we discussed about the exposure triangle. We discussed how we could change our ISO, we could change our aperture, we could change our shutter speed. But then, sometimes, even after doing all this, on our camera, it might look perfect. But when we take it into our computer, we're like, why is this still so dark? Or, like, why is it so bright? Then we have something like this. In Lightroom, we could correct this. And as I wrote here, we balance the exposure of our photograph using sliders like exposure, contrast, highlight, shadows, white, blacks, DAs, curves, and so on. So over time, in just a few minutes, I'll be taking us into the app itself, and then we could do some practice and do some demo thereabout. So again, the first stage of editing is selecting. The second stage is correcting our exposure. Is our picture too dark? Is our picture too bright? Based on this judgment, we know what to do. And sometimes our picture could just be perfect that way, where we don't need to make it brighter, or we don't need to make it darker. So next is white balance or color temperature. What can we observe in this side of the picture? Huh? Someone said brown. So we could observe that this picture is a little bit yellowish, right? And with this, on camera, to me, it looks perfect. And also because whenever I shoot, most times for events like this, I put my camera settings to auto white balance, meaning the camera detects, based on the colors the camera see, it decides, do I want to make the pictures more warmer? Do I want to make it more cold? How do I balance the pictures properly? And again, because it is the camera making the decisions for you, sometimes it thinks this is what perfect white looks like. Whereas to you, like you that you shot it, you know what you saw and you know exactly how you're going to balance it. So the next stage, after correcting your exposure, is balancing your white, which is our color temperature. And okay, this is a little trick to understand how white balance works. If you take your picture and it appears yellow, what you do, okay, so how do I want to explain it? On your Lightroom, your white balance or your temperature wheel, to the left of it, we have cold, and to the right of it, we have warm. So what that means is, if I drag the slider all the way to the left, this will look like ice cold, meaning it is just full of blues, like it is very blue. However, if I drag it to the right side of it, to the extreme, it looks so orange, like it's very warm. It's mimicking the sun. It's mimicking sunny. So you want to be able to move that slider. Again, if it is too yellow, you go to the opposite side. So now, because it is too yellow, I obviously don't want more yellow. I want a little more blue, so I can balance it to be white. And if you take your pictures and it appears too blue, you could also take the same thing, move it to the right side to be more sunny. Again, you don't want it, obviously, to be too yellow. You just have to move it to where the yellow and blue align properly to be white. Do we understand? Do we understand? Test question, what are the two different areas of the white balance? Cold and warm. Thank you. You guys are listening. Thank you. Thank you. So another aspect of it, actually, we have our temperature, and we have our tint. So think of it like this. So we have cold to warm, and we have greens to magenta. So this is okay. Sometimes your picture might be too green, and when it is too green, you balance it by adding more magenta to your picture. Again, everything about photo editing, to be honest, is all about balance. Again, if it is too bright, you balance it to be too dark. I mean, you add a little bit of darkness for it to balance. If it is too dark, you add a little bit of brightness to be balanced. If it is too sunny, you add a little bit of coldness for it to be balanced. And again, vice versa. However, if you have too much greens in your picture, then you balance it by adding magenta to your, I'm going to demonstrate that soon. You balance it by adding magenta to your picture. Do you understand? However, again, the opposite. If it is too magenta, you balance it by adding more greens to your picture. Do we understand? So think about it like, so blue to yellow and green to magenta. Those are the two essential areas of white balancing. Do we get it? Blue to what? And green to what? Magenta. Thank you. So the next area is sharpness and clarity. So most times when we take our pictures, again, the camera, especially if you are using a newer model of camera, the camera tries as much as possible to give you the best quality it can. Like, it gives you like the best sharpness. Also, depending on the lens you're using, if you're making use of a prime lens and you're making use of like lenses that could go as low as like 1.4, 1.2, just technically, the more money you spend on the lens, or the more money you spend on your camera, the better the quality of your image, technically. So the camera tries its best. The camera tries its best to make your picture come out as sharp and as clear as possible. However, going into Lightroom again, it could also add a little bit more. You could choose to add a little bit more clarity to your picture, where it looks so like all the edges are so sharp that you could see all the edges properly. Or if you want to create an effect where your picture feels dreamy, like it feels so soft and tender, then you could reduce your clarity to achieve that. Do we understand? And now we talk about refining colors. So most of the time when we take our pictures, especially from experience as someone who does a lot of concert photography and like a lot of events, one thing I love to do is to enhance my colors properly. Some photographers are the other way around. Some people like to desaturate like their picture. They want it to be as desaturated or as less vibrant as possible. In Lightroom, Photoshop, and in the things we do, again, this will depend based on personal preference. Do you want your picture to be more vibrant in colors, or do you want it to be less vibrant? And again, you could choose this as well as part of your storytelling. For example, what kind of example can I use for this? For example, if you take a picture of someone praising, right? Like someone praising, someone dancing, so much energy, already that image is communicating energy, it's communicating vibrancy, it's communicating like so much joy, especially if the person is wearing yellow like I want. You understand? You want to let your photo, like the colors of the picture as well, to communicate the same. In that case, if you reduce the saturation and first their skin is looking pale because it's not the true orange, or like the clothes they're wearing is looking desaturated, in that case, it won't tell that kind of story which you want to tell as it's being vibrant and being energetic. So in that case, you could choose to either make your picture vibrant by working with your saturation, your vibrance, your color grading, your color mixer, or just leaving the color as it is, actually. You understand? And for the last part, before we go a little more into the demo session, is about creative styling. So creative styling is where we could be a little bit more technical. We could show off our creativity, what we want to do. Do we want to make the picture black and white and glittering, or do we want to make the picture colored and a little bit faded, looking like film maybe? Or do we want to add artificial grains to our picture to make it look like, vintage style and all those things? And this is more like the final part of editing for us. Understand? So, so now let's practice the things we've learned. So 2 seconds. I'm coming. Let me just remove this. I'm coming. I want to quickly, oh, sorry. It's still connected. Can you please switch the screen? I want to open. But do we understand the order of arrangement in editing? What's the first thing to do? I can't hear you clearly. What's the second thing? I'm hearing multiple things. The third thing? White balance. The fourth thing? Refine colors. The fifth? Creative styling. Thank you so much. I'm coming. I'm trying to find examples that we could work with and start from the beginning till the end of it. I'm coming. Okay, let's bring it back to. So I've actually used this as an opportunity as well to take you through what some Sunday. This is one of the Sundays in my church. Actually, this is one of what our gallery looks like. So can we remember this kind of shirt? Yeah. This one as well. I think this is more eye level angle because it looks like it's not like it's under, it's not like it's over the top. But at the same time, can we understand the technicalities of this, making use of the aperture? You understand? So low aperture where you could focus on something and the rest is quiet. And also the same thing. So this one is more framing, foreground framing, because you have the people right here. And I think also leading lines as well because it directs your attention towards. And so just other things like that. So if we want to start from the beginning for this, so this is an already edited pictures. This is what it originally looks like. And this is what it looks like after editing. You might not be able to see the much difference, but yeah. So let's take this picture for example, and let's try to edit it. So let me just duplicate it because I can't fully guarantee that we'll be able to arrive at the same place. But that's the beauty of creativity because you could try something and have different variations of it. So we are resetting the edit. So this is a straight from camera. And again, if you have a very good camera, your picture already, sometimes you don't need to edit. However, for someone like me who for me, it will always at least, it's to smell Lightroom before it goes a little. You understand? Because for me, if you look at my style of photography, I like blocking out distractions around and just making you focus only on the subject of the photograph in itself. So starting from here, like we talked about, the first stage is like selecting. Obviously, these are selected pictures already. That's why you can see them there. And after selecting the pictures, you bring them into Lightroom. You import them into your Lightroom, and then you have this screen. So we start with our exposure. From glance like this, it doesn't look too exposed, and it doesn't look underexposed. Right? Or does it look too exposed? I mean, one way to see that is if we artificially try to expose it, and we can see already first of all, our head is already looking too bright. Like, you're already losing details from our body. But at the same time, by the time you start reducing it as well, again, it is already looking too dark. So then, again, everything is about balance. Everything is a scale. You have to find which area is the best, what is the sweet balance of it. So for me, I think I would like to reduce it a little. We talk about the contrast. So essentially, we actually have so little time, so I have to race a little bit through this. So contrast, what contrast slider does, as you can see, it determines the contrast between the brighter and darker color. So if I increase my contrast, what it does is, it's the brightest part of the picture and the darkest part of the picture keep going to their extremes. So it makes the brighter part brighter, it makes the darker part darker. So if I try to do that now, do you see that? So let me return it to what it looks like before. If I increase you can see like a darker part is more dark than it used to be, and the brightest part as well is brighter than it used to be. So typically for me, my style of editing, I love to reduce my contrast a little to give it that soft, like not too contrasted look per se. Your highlight takes care of the brightest part of your picture most times. So if I reduce this, only the brightest areas in the picture, how do I show? Okay, you could see the clipping, right? If I reduce it, it only takes care of those bright parts of I'm the only one that can see the clipping. Damn, that's sad, sorry. So it only takes care of the brightest part of your pictures. The shadows does the opposite. It takes care of the darkest part of your pictures. Meaning, if you increase it, is it lagging? Can you see? Oh, it's showing on the smaller screen. So if you reduce So if you reduce the shadows, it only affects the darkest part of your photograph. So again, it takes practice for you to know what does a proper too bright look like, what does a too dark look like. But for me, and my style of editing, I usually love to increase my shadows a little because sometimes it brings out some other details within the photographs for you to see. And your white is similar to your highlight. Again, it also takes care of like the brightest parts, but extensively. And as you can see, if you increase it, it makes the brightest part brighter. It makes the darker parts. The brightest, again, it only takes care of the brightest part. And the black as well, the black is what I love to reduce most times because it's almost similar to our shadows. However, it is more styled. I think it takes care of like the deep blacks within your photographs. And so let me just turn off the clippings, yeah. So the next part is our curves area. This is a little technical, but again, everything is all about practice. Everything is all about going to go back and study what they do properly. Within photography, the standard way of using the curves is your S-curve. So the way you do your S-curve is you put a marker here, you put a marker in the center, which is your midpoint, and you put a marker here. So this curve this end represents the darkest part of your picture. This end represents the brightest part of your picture. Meaning, if I only bring down this thing, nothing changes in my picture except the brightest part of the pictures. Similarly, if I do this, nothing changes in my picture except the darkest part of my pictures. So most times, based on personal preference, I like when my pictures is not, like the black is not black and the white is not white, meaning it creates an optical illusion. You know, when you're in the dark and you close your eyes and you think you're seeing black, but it's not black, but it's a little bit of gray, technically. Understand? So you lift this up a little, you bring this down a little, and you reduce your shadows a little as well, increasing your highlights as well. So think of this curve as almost a duplicate of what you have at the top, but a little more technical. And you could do the same for the colors as well. Again, you could teach a full university course within these curves. So again, this takes care of like the darkest part of your picture. You could add more colors to it. This takes care of the brightest part of your picture. And if you want to go more into creative editing, you could add, depending on what you're trying to create and what you're trying to do, you could move things around to create that. But for most times, you just mainly need to focus on the white, like this part of your photographs most times. And then you have your colors. Remember earlier we discussed about the temperatures, right? If I bring this temperature down, what do we observe? It's cold. And it has more blues to our picture. If we take it up, what do we observe? It's warm, and it adds a lot of yellow to our picture. So sometimes you want to trust Photoshop to be smart enough, but most times, I love doing manual, but sometimes you could also do like white balance auto, meaning Photoshop automatically looks at your picture, and it gauges based on how the picture looks like. It gauges, do you want to make it warm or do you want to make it cold? And it does the settings for you. So in this case, it adds three stops to our temperature, and it reduces our tint. And the tint was what I was talking about, where if you take it to the left, it makes your picture green. If you take it to the right, it makes it magenta. So whenever your picture from camera looks magenta, what you have to do is bring it down to balance it. Again, you don't want your picture to be green. However, to take it from magenta, you add tiny bits of greens until it is perfectly balanced. Do we understand? And vibrancy, so the way vibrancy works is for every color within your picture, for every color except the skin, most times the orange part of it, it amplifies the color. Actually, in this case, it actually does the skin table. Most times, it doesn't exactly, compared to saturation, it amplifies the colors of everything around you. For example, if we reduce it, we can see how there's a little bit of lag right here. If we reduce it, it reduces the vibrancy of our photograph. I don't know if you could see so it's quite laggy. It reduces the vibrancy of our photograph. However, if we increase it too much, it over-increases the vibrancy of our photograph. So most times, you just want to add a little bit of vibrance sometimes to make your picture pop a little. And for me, I love to increase my vibrancy a little while decreasing my saturation by like -5, thereabouts. So the skin doesn't look artificial, it doesn't look yellow, because you don't want your photographs looking over-edited. You don't want to have so much colors in your pictures as well. So you could balance it out by doing your saturation that way. And for the color mixer, over time, again, all this is all about practice. And over time, you get to understand your style of editing. And you get to understand, based on the picture given to you, how do you want to make use of it. So what color mixer does is you can select any of these colors and tweak the hue. So essentially, hue means you've been able to change a particular color within the spectrum of itself. And you can also reduce the specific saturation of that color only. As you can see, I'm currently on yellow, and based on like the most yellow thing in this frame is the sunsets up there. As you can see, why is this slow? Sorry, as you can see, you could just select that particular color alone and change the hue, change the saturation, and change the luminance of the. Okay, that's the battery. 2 seconds, please. Yeah. Okay. Is everybody okay? Are we good? So, do we understand what color mixer does now? So, a quick practical of it is, for example, a skin color, most skin color is within the orange color. Most times, even if you're black or you're white, sometimes it's mainly within. It ranges between red, orange, and sometimes yellow, depending on also the light of the place. So if I want to reduce a skin color alone, without affecting the things in the background, what we can do is select the orange color and reduce the saturation of it. And as you can see, everything within the frame that is not yellow, that is not orange, retains their original color, but everything that is orange is the only thing affected, depending on what you choose, or depending on what you're editing. So the best use case for this, the way I use it is, again, like I said earlier, whenever I do concert photography or whenever I take pictures, I love my pictures being vibrant. Like, I want my blues to be blues. I want the red to be red. I want everything to be popping. However, making everything pops means the skin as well sometimes will be affected, where the skin looks very abnormal. So you use this tool to reduce the abnormality on the skin. So at the end of the day, by the time you reduce this, it will feel balanced. It will feel like, oh, everything looks perfect. Whereas you've increased your vibrancy, you've increased your saturation, and everything just looks that kind of way. And next, we have our color grading tool. I will just brush over it very fast. Technically, we have 3 minutes to be done here, but I'll just brush over it very fast. So color grading tool, again, if you observed, we talk about the shadows being the darkest part of our picture, the highlights being the brightest part of our picture, the midtones being the middle ground, most times the skin and every other colors within our pictures. And when we add a color from this color wheel under the shadows, it adds artificial colors only to the darkest part of our pictures. Like, we can choose, this is more if you're trying to be creative and you're trying to add some little bit of things to your photograph. You could choose to add some additional colors. It doesn't have to be too much. It could just be so subtle that it adds some style to your photographs in a sense. And again, shadows affect the shadows, only the darkest part of your photographs. The highlights add colors to the brightest part of your photographs. The midtones take care of the middle ground, most around the skin, and now you want that to be. So, and after that, again, we talked about our texture and clarity. I want my picture to have more texture, like you should be able to see it, and people will be like, oh, like your picture looks a little bit HD. It looks very clear. Sometimes you can add artificial texture over here by adding more texture to your photos. Clarity for me, when I started photography, I thought adding more clarity and making my picture look so, I thought it was better. But over time, this is the extreme of what clarity can do. Do you see how, like, the skin it looks more, in some cases you might need to add it to make your picture more clear. However, for me and the way I love to edit, I love to reduce my clarity a little to make the picture feel soft and to make it feel a little bit like there's a glow around them, like just a little bit. But then to the extreme is also worse because this is what the extreme part of it looks like. You lose all the details within your photograph and then it doesn't make sense. Do we understand what clarity does as well? So DAs, as the name implies, most times I usually think about DAs typically on the aspect of adding more blacks to our photographs or like taking care of blacks. However, the main use case of DAs is if, for example, this stage had a lot of like smoke machine and, when we are taking our picture, there's so much smoke and although our subject is there, but the smoke is overpowering it, so it's not exactly as sharp as it's supposed to be. So you use your DAs by adding more DAs, it adds more contrast to your photo and it makes it, the more DAs you add, the more darker your picture will be. But again, if you use it in the proper use case, it helps you find more details within your photograph in itself. And the opposite is also the same. So people use this creatively, reduce DAs to make your picture more dreamy, similar to the effect of your clarity. Actually, we could play around a little with this to make it feel angelic and, too soft and stuff. And your vignette is usually used to add more focus to your picture. It adds like little bit of things to the edge of your photograph. So this is what it is without the vignette. And when we have our vignette, it has that little like dark, it makes your audience a little more focused on the subject in itself. It could also change the midpoint of it, and as well the roundness of your vignette, if you choose to. I don't know if you can see that properly, but let me increase the feather. Let me reduce the feather. So this is not best practice. I'm just trying to show you what it looks like. So the feather shows how sharp the vignette is. Most time you want to keep it at 0 because it's usually okay. And the roundness take care of, do you want it so round or do you want it a little bit edged? And things like that. And your grain is used to add artificial grains to your photograph. If you are trying to create like a Polaroid style, is it Polaroid? Like a film camera kind of edit, and you want to add a little bit of grain, you want to add more grain, you want to like maybe reduce your saturation a little, you want to probably increase one of this to make it look like the photograph was shot, on vintage edits like that. You understand? You could do this, and you could also increase this a little as well. I don't know if you could say it properly, but then depending on, this is now me jumping to creative style and creative editing, depending on how you want to make it to be. And next we have our sharpening. So sharpening again, if you want to add more edges to your photograph and you want to make it look more HD, I think that's the best. But you don't want to overdo it because, again, too much of everything is obviously not the best. So, and we have our noise reduction. For example, earlier I spoke to us about the danger of adding too much ISO to our photograph. And when we add too much ISO to our photograph introduces noise to our pictures. And sometimes we have no choice than to increase our ISO. It's not every time that we could stop at 6,000. Sometimes we might need to go to 10,000. Sometimes we might need to go to 12,000, which means our picture will contain it will contain noise from the camera. And using our noise reduction tool, we can artificially or manually reduce the noise in the picture because thank God for technology and thanks to advancements, we could recover pictures that might, in the past, be considered bad and still make them look good. And I also make use of noise reduction sometimes, even for some pictures without noise in itself, because another addition for it is it makes your skin look more smooth as well. So think of it as like an artificial skin retouching tool as well. So this you might not need optics to remove chromatic. This one, honestly, I don't remember the last time I touched this. But so I think in regards to all this panel, do we at least understand what the lighting aspect of the panel does? Do we see the difference? For the color part of it as well, do we see what the color palette does? You see the difference? For the color grading part of it, I know we didn't add much as well, so let me try to add. Can you see? Do you see? This might be too much in itself. Maybe just tiny. This is me trying to remember. Where's Charles Awelewa? He's one that is good at this. Like he understands like the color theory and like all those everything around it. But then over time, the more you advance, the more you learn about how to properly pair colors and how to use all these things, definitely. But again, to make your picture look a little bit, can you see the difference? So this is it without the color grading, and this is it. You could see like the little bit of grains in it, or like the teal, and also the little bit of oranges in it. So if you are planning to make your picture or like your editing, your Sunday service, look a little bit more styled compared to the typical, you can make use of this. But again, remember, don't overdo it where your picture looks so fake and it looks so bad, you understand? So, and likewise, we have our effects. Again, with effects, we could add our vignette. This is it without the effect. We could add more clarity, we could add more DAs, we could add our other things around it. And over time, with more practice and understanding how these two work, we are able to transform our pictures. I know this is not the best example from this to, depending on what the style is, but I think this was what this was what I edited it to be in church. And again, at the end of the day, it is the same principle. For the exposure, just add a little bit. My contrast, reduced it. Highlight, reduced it. Reduce my blacks. You could see the S curve over here, raising this, making this. I not bring the S down a little here. So bringing that down. And for the colors, as you can see, as I was saying, I increase my vibrance while reducing my saturation, so it doesn't look extra that way. For my color mixer, I only touched on the yellows. I reduced the saturation of the yellows. I didn't touch the color grading part of it. I didn't touch that as much. For my effect, as you can see, texture, increase, reduce clarity, didn't touch DAs, didn't touch vignettes, didn't touch most of all those things. Increase my sharpness, increase my noise reduction, definitely. And yeah, so being able to master all this panel, I know we might not be able to get everything done today. We are 6 minutes over time. Being able to manage all this panel and more practice every Sunday. Again, remember, you organize your picture, you correct your exposure properly. Where's the next one? You correct your white balance. After white balance, you refine your clarity and texture, and you choose what creative style you want to use. And let me just quickly throw this in. If we want to make this picture black and white, for example, all we just have to do is click on this B&W thing at the top, and bam, it is black and white. And we could now even take it a step further to try to do other things to make it more, anything we want to do really, and just do you want to make it darker, do you want to make it more faded, or depending on what we want to choose, do you want to add more clarity, for example, to make, those black and white that look so solid and so, depending, at the end of the day, as the photographer, as the photo editor, you are the brain, you are the creative brain, and you are the one that decide how you want to present your picture. You are the one that decide, do I want people to make this picture feel very powerful and more grain and more stuff, or they want to make it feel so soft and so angelic and so, you are the one that at the end of the day make these decisions that eventually will be posted on your church website, church social media, and people at home can see and connect based on these creative choices you make. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Lucky. Another round of applause for Lucky. All right. I hope you guys are learning as much as you can. I hope some of you brought your laptops, so if you were on Adobe while he was tweaking things on Photoshop, you can follow along as well. Thank you once again, Lucky. Next up, we're going to have a panel session. This is the opportunity for you guys to ask questions. We have amazing professionals in the house that are about to come up here and speak. So any questions you have, just raise your hand, or I guess you can write them down as well. And they will do their best to answer your questions as best as possible. In the meantime, just talk to your neighbor, network. We're just going to do a little bit of a setup, and then you will hear my voice again before we start the panel. Thank you very much. All right. All right. Let's come in, everybody. We're going to start the panel session now. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for our panel host, Adetone. Come on, you can do better than that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hi, everyone. How are we feeling? We've had a very absorbing session. We've absorbed so much, and I want to start by saying thank you to everyone for coming to be. Thank you for being a part of this great vision. Trust me, it's a whole lot, but thank you for making it a reality. And to moderate this session, it's a great privilege. So I'm not going to bore you. I want us to go straight into the session, and we know why we are here. And the purpose of this session basically is to bring together talented church photographers to share their insights, their experiences, their inspiration, and we hope to learn from it. So without wasting our time, I would like to invite the first person on my list, and his name is Christian Eguogu. I hope I pronounced that right. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you so much. You can have your seat. And the second on my list is Enem Akimbami. Did I pronounce that right? Miss Enem Akimbami. Mrs. Is it Miss or Mrs.? Mrs. Enem Akimbami. A round of applause, please. Thank you, thank you. And the last but not the least on my list is my boss himself, Mr. Ezekiel Akintola. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, wow. Hello, our great panelists. How are you today? Do you want to test your mic to be sure it's working?
Hello, hello.
Very good.
Working?
Are you okay with the volume?
Works for me.
Perfect.
Can we all
Good.
hear them, please?
Test the mic. Great.
Can you guys hear me? Yeah? Okay, cool.
So hi, our great panelists. Don't worry, I'm going to be very nice. But I'm sure we all have different questions to ask them today. But before I throw the room or the questions open into the house, I would like to just ask them a few questions. And to start with, I have this question for each and every one of you. And the question goes thus. I know this whole session of being a photographer or going into photography is a lot. And I would like to know how you guys find expression in your journey. You know, what makes you unique in your journey, in your craft, in what you know best to do, before going into individual questions for each and every one of you. So can you just share more insight into what makes you unique, you know, how you were able to find expression in your photography journey?
Is that first? Sorry. Hi, everyone. Grateful to be here. Thank you, Lucky, and the entire team for putting this together. It's such a privilege to be here. Thank you very much. Okay, how do I find expression? That's the question?
Yeah.
I think I would say the key thing for me is being a creative, wanting to create, wanting to bring something to life. And the second part of that is storytelling. So just as a person, I'm naturally very creative. I lean more towards art. I lean more towards nature. I lean more towards aesthetic things, and it's easy for me to conceptualize things in that sense. And merging that with the art of storytelling is you are just able to piece things together, and it makes sense, things that are potentially even just abstract, and you're able to make sense. So that, for me, gives me fulfillment. I mean, there are other nuances to it, but that would be the foundational part of it. And having to do that within the church setting, having to use that gift to serve, I think it makes it a whole lot more interesting for me. So I think that's it.
Thank you to Enim.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. My name is NM once again. Shout out to Lucky for this amazing opportunity. Shout out to my House of Praise fam as well for just believing in me. Okay, so how I find expression. So I'm someone who grew up with like cameras around, was both my dad and my uncle's hobby. So I kind of picked it on quite early, and I just enjoyed the idea of being able to, freeze the memories in time. So that's why even like my business tag is altering time by freezing it. I just love the idea of being able to look back and be like, oh my gosh, these memories were fantastic. And like reliving that experience, when you look back on your photos. So like that's where I find my expression from. Then when it comes to the church setting of things, not to get spiritual on you guys, but when I got into church photography, like the vision that I guess God gave me when I was reading my devotion was in Joshua 4 verses 1 to 9, I believe. And just for context, if you're not familiar with the story, was when the Israelites had just crossed the River Jordan, and then God had asked Joshua to pick out 12 men to go and lay those stones so that they can be a memorial for what God did for his people. So I'm like, when I was pondering, I was like, that's interesting. So imagine if that happened in our time. What would those 12 stones like commemorate? It commemorates like photographs, like showing people that, wow, this is what God did. So when it came to that church setting of me leading the HOP photography team, it's having the mindset like the photos that we take today will allow people in future generations look back and be like, wow, this is what God did. And like that's like my driving force through and through. Yeah.
Wow. Thank you very much. Thank you. A round of applause for her, please.
Wow. I don't know what else I need to say when spoken. All right. So for me, starting out as a creative, for me, at the beginning part, it's just that amazing feeling to be a co-creator with God. So when God brought things out of nothing and it looked great, that has always just fascinated me. And from my design time to my photography time to my videography time to now consulting, everything is just about, when you see things the way people don't see it, and then bring it out to life. That has just been my own driving force, and that is where I get my expression from. When you now come into the church, it now takes it a notch further, where it's now a form of worship for me. I put a post yesterday saying that as creative, our pictures, our videos are also a form of worship to God, and the ability to be able to tell story, like Christian said, when just a still photo of let me just pick a randomly, Mr. Don't see, making an expression alone, just that alone can be a sermon for somebody. So that ability to be able to freeze moments and then use it to tell stories, and again, being a form of worship to God. That's my driving force.
Thank you. A round of applause for him, please. Can you turn to the next person beside you and ask them a very honest question? Are you a co-creator with God? Make sure you get a response. Make sure you get a response. Okay, thank you, everyone. So I'm going to be directing this question to NM. And to start with, NM is the head of department photography at head of House of Praise Church, Mrs. Saga. And this question is for you. Please help me clap for her, please. And you can relax. We ain't going to fry you, trust me. So my question goes thus: how do you see church photography evolving in the coming years?
That's a fantastic question. So church photography, everybody knows that AI is like the big thing now. I think there's even more and more demand for us to, put out work for social media, for posters, for banners, for promotional materials. So I see us, leveraging AI when it comes to calling and editing a lot quicker. Funny enough, I'm actually piloting a new AI tool tomorrow. It's called Aftershots at Service, just to help with calling and editing a lot quicker. I also see us getting a bit more creative. So I know that we all shoot, we all love our professional cameras, DSLRs, our mirrorless, etc. But I actually see us trying to do more trendy stuff. So when it comes to like different medium that we can shoot with. So imagine you're shooting a young adult worship night on campus. Young adults are cool, like Gen Zs are like cool, right?
Yeah.
So imagine taking like a disposable film camera and just shooting on that and making it very trendy as opposed to shooting on like your big professional camera. I think lastly, I'll also see, creatives like us take the front seat on beautifying our churches with our pictures. I really want to see zero stock photos in our church promotional material.
Come on now.
Especially in churches that are predominantly black people. Like, we shoot a lot of amazing things in our churches. So I'd love to see us actually use those for, like, zero stock images. Yeah, so that's where I think I see you going. Yeah.
Okay, still back to you. Yeah, I know you mentioned AI just now, but I'm going to ask again that what trends or tech should photographers be aware of to stay ahead? I know, in your industry now, you have to really, really up your game. Yeah. Like, be intentional about your pictures, what you do. So how can we do that?
Okay, so tech-wise.
Yeah.
Okay, so tech-wise, shout out to you guys for attending this workshop. This is good.
A round of applause for yourself,
shout out to
please.
you guys.
Yeah.
Honestly, like, these are the kind of things you should do. And I love how Lucky's creating an amazing community of church photographers to actually commune and learn from each other. When it comes to actual tech, play devil's advocate. I'm not a devil in Jesus' name. But play devil's advocate and say, for me, it's not about the tools that you have, but it's about how you use it. For context, when I started photography, I shot on a Canon T3i with a 50mm 1.8 for the longest time in my career. You would never know. Like, you would never, ever know. I just switched to a mirrorless camera in October of last year. You would not never know, right? So it's not about the tools I have, but it's about how you use it. Having an eye for photography, like Loki was teaching, right? You're just finding those right moments and just telling those stories. And it is a church photography question, or just generally?
I think it's not going to be limited to church alone.
Okay.
I think general question, yeah.
Excuse me if I take a little bit of time on this portion. So I want us, especially if you are serving in your church, I want us to shift our mindset. You're not doing church photography, you are serving, right? So when it comes to service, your heart has to be there. I always tell my team, I'm like, if I had to pick somebody on to join my team right now, it's somebody who has a heart of worship. Like Ezekiel said, right? Your work is a form of, your work is a form of worship. So if you're somebody who is nonchalant about service, but you're great at photography, I don't think you'll last long. But if you're somebody who is teachable and willing to learn, but your skill is very small, like a mustard seed, like I would say, it's easy for you to learn because you have that, God is the first in your mind, and then whatever you're doing is excellence that comes out of it. Yeah, that's what I'll say.
Thank you so much, and then thank you. A round of applause for her, please. And I'm going to ask Christian this question. How has working in church photography... Okay, before going into that, I'm going to read something. Sorry, just a moment, please. So this question is for Mr. Christian, the lead photographer, Celebration Church International, CCI, Canada. So this question is for you. How has working in church photography influenced your creative career path? And what guidance would you offer to those considering a pivot in their career as well?
Good question. I didn't get a chance to do this, so permit me. Hi, sister folks. It's not a competition, I promise. I just have to. Some people who work with me are also here, and just wanted to shout out to them as well. All right, the question is, how has serving in church in photography helped me? This is the question, right?
Yep.
I would say that, let me give a backstory. So I started off my photography journey. I am a professional photographer. I do that full time right now. And that journey started off in church, where I, every Sunday, take pictures, and every Sunday, in and out, the same thing, take pictures and edit pictures and churn out pictures, literally every Sunday. I did that for so long. And what then happened was I had people reach out to me and say, oh, like, your pictures are so good. I want you to come and, take a picture of me somewhere. And I'm like, yeah, I would love to, but I can't use the church gear to do that for you. And then it just opened my mind to the fact that, okay, there's actually an opportunity here. And then I decided to pursue that. And I do that full time right now. So I would say that beyond the service of, using your skills and your gifts to serve in church, it is also an amazing opportunity for you to shape yourself as a professional, a creative. And it's not just limited to photography. You're a content creator. And when I say content creator, I'm not saying leave your worship and be content creating, right? There has to be like a healthy balance. But I'm saying like it also just gives you an avenue to hone those skills. It's like when they say consistently doing something, you get better at it by consistently doing. Every Sunday is an opportunity for you to do that and do it well. So I think that was a very critical part for me as far as my journey goes. The other thing I was going to call out is, like she said, not so much about the gear or the tech, but how you are able to use it. Your church may not have the best gear right now. You may not have the budget to buy the best cameras and whatnot. I'll tell you how that helped me. That helped me as a professional where we did not at the time have the skills. I mean, the tech, the right cameras in that sense. I was able to use what we had. And what that will do for you is it puts you in a place where you're able to come out of your comfort zone and make things work regardless. So imagine if you're able to do that with less stuff and then you're not given like the big deal, then you become way more. So all this, bringing all this together is to say that it's such a beautiful space for you to grow, for you to hone your skills, for you to even potentially make a career path out of photography, to put it that way. And for anyone hoping to go into this space, if you want to pivot, I would say, well, you have to decide that, or you have to know for yourself, you have to have the passion, you have to have the zeal, and importantly, the purpose for which, if you decide you want to go down this path, I'll emphasize on the purpose part because there are some people who say, oh, well, I want to go into photography. And then when you get in there and you realize that photography is not just getting people to take a picture, where there is the business, there's marketing, there's analytics, there's this, there's that, and all that. There is the lead generation, and all these components. Then in that moment, you realize that, okay, I don't know that I want to do this. Because when you're doing all this, you also have to feed. You have to put food on the table. So I would say to get in there, you have to have a purpose for which this is the reason why I'm doing this, and I think that's it.
Okay, still on you, Mr. Christian. I know you talked about finding purpose and also finding yourself and knowing why you want to do this. And my question will be, when you're hungry for something and it's something that you really want to have, how do you quench that thirst of wanting more when it comes to church photography? When you know that you keep doing the same thing over and over again? You come into church this Sunday, you shoot the same set of people. There's nothing more to it. You cannot organize concert because you just want to showcase your skills. So how do you quench that thirst?
Well, I would say, rather than quench it, I would say direct it. So a hunger is always a good thing in every ramification. And it shows that you're not comfortable being mediocre. It shows you're not comfortable just sitting there. It shows that you really want to do something extra. So what you can then do is figure out how to channel that energy to the right place. So if that means, well, all I do right now is come into church every Sunday and I take pictures of, service and whatnot, then you think about what could that next step potentially be. I can't tell you what that next step could potentially be, but I can tell you that if you keep innovating, if you keep asking questions, if you keep looking at it, if you keep researching, there'll be something that's going to strike you and you realize that, oh, I can potentially be doing this. So for example, if you come to church on a Sunday and all you do is you take pictures of the pastor preaching. Okay, how about you turn that into storytelling more intentionally where, okay, when you take a picture, you want to frame the picture in a particular way that if somebody sees it, the person can be like, I can literally see what the photographer was thinking when the person was doing this. So I think at the end of the day, it's being able to channel whatever that energy is, whatever that hunger is, to something different rather than actually trying to suppress it or, quench it in that sense.
Thank you very much for shedding more light to that. Thank you so much. A round of applause for him, please. And next is Mr. Ezekiel Akintola. He's the creative director and CEO of Ye TV Multimedia Solutions. A round of applause for him, please. And my question to you will be, first, is there any significant difference between church photography and other event photography? When I say other event, I mean the sacred and the secular environment.
Well, thank you for that question. I think I will not make some people feel jealous, so I will shout out to any church. Shout out everybody. All right. Well, that's a controversial question. But let me not. The truth of the matter is there's a constant variable here, which is both of them are photographers. However, like I said earlier, from the angle of a church photographer, your goal, like I said, is that your service, like I said, is first to God. So you are trying as much as every other person, the pastor, the choir, everyone also is contributing to that service. You're also serving and putting a contribution on that service. However, not just even in the space, like on that day, your images can then speak more, even after. So that that's why I said your creativity is a form of worship also. So you are more intentional about, number one, your life. You are more intentional about the kind of images you take, because you are trying to tell a story at the same time send a message through that lens. So that is the only technical difference between both. But the truth of the matter is, like Christian said, if you consistently do this, you will now graduate even from just being a church photographer to doing it full time. So at that point, you are willing to act, and you know what to do at what particular time. So I think that is one of the major differences that will be, and also similarities. And just to be able to give a kind of background also, for me, at the moment right now, I'm not even a photographer. So I started as a photographer.
That's bright.
And I'm saying that just to be able to just understand where I'm coming from, because I am more now into general consulting, which is just because I moved, like I said earlier, from being a graphics designer to a photographer for a long time, and then a videographer, and then now I consult, which is now I do all of them together right now. So that way, I'm able, and for me, I always say that my primary constituent, or what do I say, my office is in the church. So I see myself more as a church creative than even secular. So 90% of my clients are church people. So that's why, and so in that space, for example, now I tilt more towards that angle, and that's why most of what I do is govern around anything around worship, around God, around be able to, and for me again, being a photographer or videographer or whatever you do as a creative, you are also a minister. So your work also helps to amplify whatever happens on stage. So whatever you capture at that point can speak a lot of times, and that way, even the graphics guy later now needs your images, like you said. We have a library that we are not using stock images anymore. We can, for example, there was a law I had to pass in my own church that every flyer must carry our picture. And so that way, you're able to relate the pictures to what is happening, and that way you are able to help the graphic designers to be able to tell the story better. So that way, you are intentional when you take that picture, because you know your framing and everything is tailored towards taking, speaking a narrative that would help others later. And I think that should, I don't know if that answers your question. Yeah.
Yes, it does. So, but I still need to ask. So, do we all agree? Because I just need us to agree that there's a significant difference between both.
Can I
Yes,
answer?
please.
I don't agree, and I'll explain why. So, Okay, let me break it down. Because it may
Please
be a
do.
little bit
Please do.
controversial.
Please do.
Okay, so to the question that she asked, is there such a thing as circular, like taking pictures like circularly and secretly in church? So you're not doing church photography. You are a Christian who is a photographer. So regardless of if you shoot in church or you have your own business and you do photo shoots outside events, etc., you're first a Christian. In my POV, there's no hierarchy of calling. There's nothing as, oh, this is it. Like being a lawyer, being an engineer is not a circular calling. It's sacred because you're working as unto the Lord, right? So I believe that there's no hierarchy in calling. I believe that the work that we do can be used by God at any time, in any situation, to achieve his purpose and his will. Right. So your first primary mindset is, ideally, there should be no hierarchy of calling. We are all called to create. Like he was saying, we're co-creating with God, right? So whether you are a doctor, a social content creator, a photographer, etc., you're called to create and be a co-creator with God. So there's no hierarchy in your calling. All work is important to God. And if you don't mind, literally in my devotion this morning, I'm not even joking, because I took a screenshot for you guys. I was reading 1 Corinthians chapter 4. Like it says today's date, so it's I'm lying. But literally, like it was so in line with what I was trying to say. I kid you not. So it literally says in NLT version, there are different. So it was talking about Paul was talking about the gift of the gifts of the Holy Spirit that he gives out. But let's think about it in a different way. There are different kinds of spiritual gifts, but the same Spirit is the source of all of them. There are different kinds of service, but we serve the same Lord. God works in different ways, but it is the same God who does the work in all of us. So if we are called as lights of the world, we can't, like, if we're shining in church and outside is dark, then what's the point of us being a light? So we have to be the light outside. So yeah.
Shine your light for the world to see. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. A round of applause for our panelists, please.
So you said yes. You said no. I'm saying I'm in between. Okay.
I didn't say like there's a. I'm just saying that when you are in the church, you are more intentional about your calling than just doing it just like a regular photographer, which kind of buttress what she's saying too. So you're not just doing it based on it's just like you said, just walking to church. You are very good at your skill, but you don't understand first that this is what I'm doing. So I'm more about the purpose before even the skills. You need to know your purpose first, know why you're doing it, and then the skill now complement what you're doing.
Christian, want to say something?
Yeah, I'm going to piggyback off of that. So what I was going to say is, I think the distinction between both will lie in a very theoretical, practical point of view. Universally, photography is photography. The same buttons you press when you're shooting in church, the same button you press when you're doing something circular. So I think one thing also I want to think about is the definition of secular in this sense. So is secular like a corporate event, or is it hip-hop, like a concert type that is on the other end from what we do in church? So if you're comparing both that way, like everyone has said so far, if you're shooting in church, then there is a lot more intentionality leaning towards service versus you're just telling a story. So when you're telling a story in church, yes, it's the same idea of telling a story, but you have the mindset of what you're doing, that, I'm doing this is how it should be done. You're in service, you know exactly what is going on in service. You know the key moments in service you need to take that would, when somebody outside who has the same frame of mind, worship, sees a picture, the person can connect with it. There are pictures that when you sit, especially pictures of people who are, I think they're like crying, and then it's like, just imagine the picture, a black and white picture. Somebody is crying, the person is this way. And if you look at that picture on your phone, and maybe there's like Nathan Obasi playing Minister Nathan Obasi playing in the background, that can spark something in you. But that's different from, the other end, maybe like a concert picture where the picture is blurred, it's just lights and different shades of colors and things like that. So in that sense, there is a distinction, but otherwise, like when it comes to the practical components of it, photography is photography.
Thank you so much for shedding more light to that. Thank you. You can clap if you want to clap, please. Thank you. So this question is for each and every one of you, and you can choose whoever wants to go first. So what guidelines have you developed to show respect while still capturing authentic moments, like deep, vulnerable, soaking worship moment?
Okay.
You have to be explicit, please.
Oh, yes.
Yeah?
Yes. This one is dear to my heart. And the people on my team here know that I sound the bell all the time. If you are taking picture in church, you have to be invincible. Invincible being, again, you have to understand that when you are taking pictures in church, it's a sacred place. It's a place where people are going through different things in their lives. This is where they come and they are vulnerable. You don't want, because you're taking a picture, you get in there and then you distract. Distraction is as simple as, oh, they are praying, and then maybe you're walking past them, you are going somewhere to take a picture, and then you nudge them. Like, you were just walking past them and your body should touch them. And they were praying, they were like connecting, and then they have to like figure out, okay, who is that person? In that moment, they've disconnected, in quotes. So you have to be stealth. Stealth is invincible. Like, and the other thing which we've implemented is always use a zoom lens. Use it like just go somewhere else, go somewhere far away and use your zoom lens. Zoom in and take the shot. Like, nobody has to know that you're taking pictures. I think that's fundamentally it from my end. Yeah.
Check. Yeah, I just like Christian said, like when I was checking and just talking about this earlier, for me this is also like it's one of the most important thing for me because like I said earlier, I deal with photographers and videographers, so and that's why it touches my, like, this topic is so sensitive to me, I feel so annoyed a lot of times. And everybody knows when I do training and all, even when I work with photographers, I'm sure Lucky is smiling right now, that for me, it's as invisible as you can be. And this even starts from your outfit. It starts from your outfit. And shout out to amazing photographers. I don't want to mention a name. Something just happened. Like, this is how much I pay attention. Something happened recently, and I'm not going to mention the person's name. The person the top, like, on the scale of 10 in Nigeria, she should be, or he, let me not say she. He or she should be on, and I'm saying I have deep respect. This person inspires me. I have deep respect for her. But because this is very, 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 very important. There was there was an event, I will not mention the event, and there was this intimate moment. She tried to be, he or she tried to be as invisible as possible. But because this person is known, has a brand, and unfortunately, she was in front, let me just use it, don't worry, in front, taking a picture, very powerful picture. And the camera guys, which is my own new guys, there was a crane. And this video went viral recently. But 80% of the people watching will, this person is taking it, and it takes away from that moment. Unfortunately, she was wearing white. So that means that everybody will notice. She was even kneeling down. So she tried to be as invisible as possible. Like I said, this person is someone I respect so much. But that's how much I do. So the simple discipline of wearing black that we mention we already know is a general rule among us, is that first step of being invisible. Because that way, you need to take a very creative picture on the altar. You need to climb on the altar and everything and all that. You are putting on red and yellow with a sneaker that is green. And everybody worshiping just turns. And then that alone can take it. So for me, it's very. I can talk about this for hours. And like you said, when I was very active in photography, I hardly use anything less than 70. It start from. So there was a time I was using like a 300, 70 or 100 to 300 lens. That's how much I like to stay away. That by the time you are seeing the picture, you're like, where were you? Where were you when you were taking this picture? That is how much I want to be. Because you see, there is this popular meme or whatever video that goes around on social media where they are showing media. That is so, like, I feel like they are, you know, when they talk about a lawyer, the lawyer feels like, I feel like, no, this is not who we are. So let's try as much as possible. Number one, your outfit has to be, you already know what you're coming to. Like I said, when you know the color, you know the purpose. So you are not coming to show off your best dress. You know that, yes, this is what we are coming to do. This is our outfit. And it to the up, like, it's so bad that these days, even now, I'm trying to not even put, like, you know the way we have outfit in churches that we have crew or the logo. These days, I'm trying to change that even from being a white print to a gray print. Because, like I said, I shoot music video, it has come to a point where when I'm shooting, I'm seeing somebody just wear photography. Like, he's wearing black, but there's this, or crew, or media, and it's like you just see that pass through, but the black is invisible, that white just pops out of you. So I feel that those are the things that we need. And then somebody is now in a deep moment of worship, and then you are right in front of the person. And then the person, so, like, it's really, really, like, this is very dear to my, and I feel that this is a forum where we can address this is a family meeting. So it's a family meeting, so we can talk to ourselves. Please, let's try as much as possible. Even if I know, like you said, churches can afford, like the high lenses, yes. Even at your 50, 30, I know there are some times, to be honest, and this is in defense of Lucky. There are some times, because we work a lot in all this, there's sometimes that Lucky wants to do something with a 35. Like, there's this very sweet spot, like, I know. But because we work in synergy, it lets me know that I'm going to do this. Everybody knows that this moment is very key. Sure, there are some times, I think just the last Koinonia, he had to come tell us he wanted to stay behind Apostle Joshua Selma, like just behind him. So we all knew what was going to go on. We already know that, number one, we have to look for another camera angle. Everybody knew that this moment is a magical moment. He has to get his shot without distracting even everybody. So it was a collaborative effect, and he went there, took the shot, and left. Nobody knew that anything had happened. You just see on social media and you imagine, how did this guy get his shot? So let's just work together, try as much as possible to be invincible. I think.
Thank you. NM, do you have something to say?
Yes, I can just add, like, they made amazing, very, very amazing points. I think what can help as well, because she was talking about, like, vulnerable moments, if you can print at the front of your church, like a photography, like clause or whatnot, and if you do not wish to be photographed, let us know, and that's okay, right? In addition to that, be mindful of children, right? Well, in Canada, the laws here are a bit different. If a parent does not want their child to be photographed, respect that. Also, like what Ezekiel was saying, flow with your media team. So in HOP, we have technical team, the media team, who control live stream, pro presenter, LED, all of that good stuff. We have our green zones and our red zones. So we know that we cannot stay here for more than 3 seconds because the jib is coming or the wide angle shot. So we know where we can and cannot stay. So coordinate with your other departments to know where like, are the zones for you to stay. And also, you're a Christian, pray for discernment. God will let you know, okay, this is a good time. This is not a good time. Maybe hold off. So you need to be aligned with the Holy Spirit. Yeah.
Okay, Christian, want to add something?
Yeah, I was going to add one last thing, and I think this is beneficial for the photographers that shoot in church, is you don't have to shoot the entire service. You don't have to shoot the entire service. Like, when you get there, you want to get, okay, it's worship. You want to capture worship. Get 5-10 good pictures. Then go and drop your camera so that you too can actually participate. Right? So you know that, okay, this is happening. Oh, Apostle is coming up. Then you pick your camera, you go. I've taken 5 pictures of Apostle. Okay, I know that he's just going to be talking. I've gotten the shots I want. I'll go and sit down. That way you're not distracting anyone. I think that will be helpful.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for our panelists, please. A last question before you can get your questions ready, guys, in case you have any questions for them. But the last questions I'm going to ask is to also everyone, because when Mr. Ezekiel was talking, you talked about synchronization between every of the team, the media, the photographers, and all. And you gave an example of Lucky with Koinonia. What's the best way or the best approach to have a better relationship with everyone, like with the lights, with the sound, so at least okay, I know not everyone has that, privilege, but what's a better way to have that relationship happen, especially if you've never worked with them before?
All right. Well, I think, yes. For me, and again, because like most of the time, I'm always managing teams. So first rule, like for church, we shouldn't even have problem because we all, when I mean problem, I mean like you are walking to somebody that you know. I'm just saying, let me start from the part where it's even strangers. First rule, introduce yourself. Get familiar to the work. Don't just start, you come with your camera and you start shooting. Go to the lights guy. Hey, my name is, I'll be the one doing, I'm the photographer today. The lights guy already established your face. Go to the video director. Majorly not the camera guy, just the video director. He knows you. Everybody, just introduce yourself around. Be courteous, make friends. Just establish your presence there. That way, everybody already know that this guy is going to be taking a lot of pictures. Be as nice as possible. I know that there are some times that you walk up to some people and they are kind of, but just try your own best to be able to make sure that you connect. But in your church, I always say this, that you are only a piece in a puzzle. Like anywhere you are. So there's nobody that is trying to outshine anybody. And I say this with my own church, and when I do trainings for churches, I say, everybody come together to form just one puzzle that helps together, and we achieve more together. And like I just cited an example with Lucky, like now, the best way to just achieve this is when, number one, everybody see that we are all collaborating, we are all helping each other to achieve one single goal. So that way, I know when, I think I need more light, or I need less light. I need to talk to the white light guy. And I think, okay, I want to, like you said, churches are like that, like red zone, green zone. Everybody already understand that workflow. So we can't overemphasize the power in unity. And that's very, very key. I'm somebody that I don't like when, for example, especially even in bigger settings where the teams are now forming like another team, and everybody is feeling like, we are the photographers, we are the videographers, and like, even though we all have team heads, we have leaders, we all should have a forum where everybody meets together. There should be a forum where the videographers and the photographers and the light guys, the sound guys meet together. Everybody has that synergy. That way, we know how to communicate even during the service. And for churches that even don't have a larger team, like a House of Faith, for example, that you are just 10 in your church or 5 in your church, one photographer, one videographer. At least that one is even easier for you. All of you go on comms. That way, it's easier to communicate. Don't just say the comms is only for videographers. No. If you have a spare one, give it to the photographer so that he knows when, for example, you are calling out a shot and the photographer needs to be in that place. He can just communicate back and say, okay. Or he already knows what is happening. So that way he knows where he can actually be in that particular service. So I feel like just working together as one team will help you. And just be nice to people, especially if you're now working in a bigger, just be nice. Even though some people might be, at first they might, because especially, like, I'll just share a broader example. For example, I work in a setting whereby sometimes I work with other race and all that. There's sometimes that your first appearance, you get a rejection, kind of like, hi, but just be nice. You notice that halfway through the program, you guys are already even cool, and before you know it. But if you also bring that energy, then at the end of the day, everybody's just going to be working on their own and all that, and then you don't enjoy it. At the point where you now need help, you won't be able to ask because you didn't create that relationship.
Okay. Thank you. Do you want to say something?
I guess I can take to help. So piggybacking off of what Ezekiel said, right? The scripture that talks about the person who wants friends must first be friendly. So as a photographer, you need to be approachable, friendly, smile. Like it wouldn't hurt to smile, right? I think importantly, a great way and a good thing that like our team uses or does when we're shooting like a much larger event as opposed to a Sunday service, we create a visual plan beforehand. So that visual plan, I don't know if you guys can see, I doubt it, but that visual plan consists of it consists of like meet the team to show so everybody is on the team. If you don't have that time to intro anybody, meet the team, and then it goes into high level of what kind of shots, like a mood board on a short list. So it's like it's like a 20-page document that just shows what our vision is to that particular event that's sent out to the key stakeholders so everybody knows what we're doing. So nobody's left blindsided. And that's what Ezekiel was saying to like constantly communicating to her because things can change. Agendas might shift and change, but being in communication with the person who is, I guess, leading that agenda or schedule. Yeah.
Thank you. Christian, would you say something?
Yeah, so I was gonna add from a very practical point of view. So like Ezekiel said, is have a comms device. If that's a very foundational, basic thing, that essential thing that is required. If you don't have the budget for it, if it doesn't work, I mean, if you can't afford to get that, then you can still communicate by establishing before a session that, okay, we are going to do this. We have photographers, among photographers, then photographers with other departments that, okay, you have to maintain eye contact. And that, I mean, that's because if I'm on that side and you're on this side and I need to do something and I'm in your shot, you can like signal me to, move or something. So that's an important piece. But that's not to say, somebody is, for example, this hall, somebody is right in front here, and you want to communicate to the person at the back. You're not in front here doing like this. you distract the whole church, right? So it has to be strategic. You can communicate, even if you don't have the comms, then just establish a way where you can communicate and understand each other.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you. A round of applause for each and every one of them, please. How many questions do we have, if I may ask? If you have questions, can you just raise your hand then we can, before your question, sir, you can hold the mic, but before your question, I have this general question for our panelists, and it's just in one sentence. In one sentence. Don't worry, this is not Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. In one sentence, if you could institute one universal rule for all church photographers, what will it be? In one sentence.
Read your Bible every day.
Okay, I'm waiting.
Not sounding too spiritual, but let your life reflect Christ. So everything you do, let your life reflect Christ.
I would say consistently strive for excellence.
Preach. Thank you. And in one word, if you could photograph any biblical event, which would you choose and how would you approach it? Which would you choose? Don't say how. Which would you choose? Anybody? Yeah.
I think I would do the parting of the Red Sea. Okay, that's yours. The other one I would do.
I said one word. I said one word. One word.
Red Sea, sure.
Okay. Okay.
Me? Oh, David and Goliath. The action is too much. Oh, my God.
Come on now.
For me, it will be the baptism of Jesus. Just to be able to see that dove, Jesus.
Come on
and
now.
like,
are you catching it? That's it.
Like, I feel like we've not seen a bed like that dove. Importantly, I need to see that three realms.
But you can't see the Holy Spirit now.
The three realms. I don't know. I don't know which lens the Holy Spirit will give me. But I need to like capture that moment is golden.
A round of applause for our panelists, please. And this is the hot, I'm going to put you all on hotspot. I know most of you are familiar with worship songs. And I'm going to ask you, how many worship songs do you know by heart? Simply because you photographed them being projected on screens hundreds of times. You really have to be sure because you have to say or sing the worship song. To show that you are also part of the service. Like you also, apart from being a photographer, you are also present in church.
Plenty. My friends and my husband joke that I always play all the different parts of the choir whenever I'm singing. So yeah, Lord. So I should sing.
Yeah.
Can I sing? Can I sing?
Yeah. He said he wants to check. They said no, right? So what would you have her do, please? I'm throwing the questions. They said sing.
Okay. Holy, hallelujah. Are you Lord? Hallelujah. Oh, sing with me now. Creation, come on now. Calls you Lord. Let's do bass. Worthy. Soprano. Is your name.
You've changed the key like 3 times. A round of applause for her, please. Christian, how about you?
There are so many songs.
You keep
know
saying
that
there are
moment-
so many
you know
songs.
that moment where they say, you can sing, right? Yeah, sing. And in that moment, you forget everything. That's what's happening to me right now. So maybe you can go and...
Oh, dear. Mr. Ezekiel?
Well, the reason why it's hard for me is
Wow.
because
Wow.
because I used to be a musician, so I pay more attention to the melody a lot of times, and
deep. That's deep.
so, but obviously there are a lot of songs, and I'm privileged most of the times also to be involved in the productions of songs. So I kind of soak a lot of songs in before that time. But let me pick the popular one. I don't know how to sing. What a beautiful name it is.
Glory.
What a beautiful name it is.
Hallelujah.
The name of Jesus Christ, my King.
What a beautiful name it is. Nothing compares to this. What a beautiful name it is. The name. Hallelujah. Come back home. Come back home. A round of applause for everyone, please. Thank you so much. And you can all bear me witness that at some point, every photographer has been a part of the worship team. Right? Because most of the time you stand behind the worship team, you're trying to photograph them, and you know that song just, you're like, oh yeah, I know that song, and you just sing along. So thank you so much. Thank you. You want to sing? Okay, I think he can remember his song now, so go for it, Christian. Go, Christian. Go, Christian.
Full transparency, I just thought of a worship song, so it's not like it was anyone that I saw projected or anything. But there's a particular song that resonates with me, is Jesus at the center of it all.
Oh.
So, yeah, I don't have to sing it, right?
Everybody sang it now. Come on.
Jesus at the center of it all. Jesus at the center of it all. From beginning to the end, it's always been you, Jesus. From my heart to the heavens, Jesus is the center. It's all about you.
Yes, it's all. A round of applause for Christian, please. A round of applause for Christian, for NM, and for Mr. Ezekiel. Thank you so much for sharing with us. Thank you so much for impacting us and motivating us as well. Thank you so much. God bless you in your field. Thank you so much. And right to our questions. Who is the first person I want to ask? Kindly introduce yourself and your question, please.
Yes, my name is Fred from Lycos International. First of all, I want to thank you for this amazing eye-opener. It's been a lifetime experience. For me, it's going to be a lifetime experience to see church people meet and do this. It's amazing. My question for me is, I want to know, just like, you see, when you read Matthew 23:27, Jesus Christ was harshly criticizing the Pharisees that they are religiously devoted and serving, but they are very prideful. they are not self-righteous, and they are blind to the truth. And my question comes down to the fact that as photographers and as we are in church, it's very easy for us to be disconnected from what is really happening in church. So I wanted to find out, what are some of the steps or things that you can actively do to ensure that you are not missing out in church, you're not missing out in the blessings that is coming that day? That's my question.
Who wants to answer?
Yeah, I can take that. It's very, very critical that if you're serving in church, no matter what department you're serving at, the more you serve and I guess the higher you go, I guess in hierarchy or whatnot of service, you need to get deeper in your walk with God. So what I put into practice, tomorrow I'm serving. I'm not going to be fully in tune with what's going on. I'll hear sound bites here and then. During the week, I'm going back to my sermon to listen to what is going on. In addition to that, church doesn't end on a Sunday. Like I said, when she asked, what's the one line we can give to every photographer? Every person said, you need to have a consistent devotional life. You need to, you cannot compromise on that. As I showed you guys just now how the question she asked was an element was what I read in my devotion today. If I didn't read it, it wouldn't have blessed any of you today. You have to constantly have your personal devotion. And then outside of Sunday services, your church has different programs where you may not be shooting at. It may be a retreat where everybody goes for a few days to a hotel. Participate in those things. They have prayer meetings. Participate in them. You're not serving every single Sunday. So make sure that you are constantly, because the devil is a bad devil, right? He will, people think that, because you're serving, I'm covered. No, that's the more reason why you'll be under attack. You need to have a constant devotion life and flow with what's going on in your church. You can't compromise on that. Yeah.
I think I can just add to that also. And coming from a managerial position where you have teams, I always emphasize that, number one, like she said, one of the practices I do personally, and I encourage my team members or any church I do training for, is to help you more, just have that discipline. Because obviously when you are working, sometimes you are not fully there. Try your best. And this is what I practice myself. While we are going home, don't wait till later in the day. Make it as if, the moment you are done in church, maximum 1 hour after, replay the service. Try your best. One of the things that helped me is, number one, I kind of soak myself on my way to church. Fortunately, or let me say fortunately, my house is about an hour to my church. So when I'm going to church, for example, I'm playing something to just kind of prepare myself. And then when I'm done, like I said, it's a practice. Within maximum, before the end of that day, try your best. Because there's something about the power of the moment. You want to be able to, because sometimes when you say you do it later and then something happens, life happens, and the next week's sermon is meeting the other week's sermon, and then you have a long list of what to listen to. That is one thing. And second thing that I always encourage, if you're serving a church that has 2 services, make sure, try your best not to serve effectively on both. You serve one, you sit one, if you have a larger team. And I always encourage also, if you have a larger team, try and space out. If you're the photography lead in your church, make sure that you have people alternate Sundays. Like she said, if the devil will not forgive you because you are taking pictures or you are doing video, in short, he will attack you more. And this is one thing that is common with, this is a family meeting, like I said. Photographers, videographers, once they are done taking pictures, they take out their phones and they are on Instagram. When it's time to take pictures, they put their phones and they are taking pictures. That is one practice that we should stop. I'm sure we are not doing it, Abi? But in case you are doing it, please try as much as possible, be in the moment. I've seen lives changed and I've seen lives destroyed at the same time. Some people are, and you see that sometimes that even the senior pastor is under one anointing at that point. Like Christian said, you don't have to take all the pictures. You took the first angle, second angle, you have a wide, you have a close-up, drop it, and take that moment. Because that moment might be a Kairos time. And once you miss it, you miss it.
It's gone.
You miss it. So, yes, there is a general there's a general blessing for service, which because you're serving, you get that blessing. But there is something like, there is that Kairos moment where there's a move of the Spirit. And like Mr. Dunsi will always say, you can't capture, you cannot, you understand what I'm saying? So, get your main shot, make sure that my people know me. Once I'm in church, thank God for Apple Watch, that I can easily get notification. Sometimes I look for my phones because number one, distraction is pop-up. You want to just quickly check what's that. Before you know it, the whole sermon, you're on your phone. So let's try that, and that will help us.
Thank you. Can we have the next question, please? Do you want?
I think...
Just hold on, sir, please. Sorry. Yes, please.
I think what I was going to say was more so an emphasis on what he just said, which was when you're in service and then there are moments in service. So once you've taken those shots, and I do this with my team all the time where, I mean, not all the time, but they take pictures, right? And that's what they're meant to do on a Sunday. But there are specific times where I'll be like, go and drop the camera. Whether they've taken the shot or not, I tell them, go and drop the camera, because you can just know that this is not a moment you want to pass on in that sense. So I think piggybacking of that is, again, the emphasis on not holding the camera all through the service. Like there are specific times when you've taken the shot, just drop and go on.
Thank you. Next question, please.
Thank you. My name is Ebenezer. First, let me say thank you to all the panelists. They've provided amazing insights.
The name of your church, please.
Fire Ministries. Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir.
My question is, you can always control the lighting. So what are the practical steps or pro tips you can provide to shoot in a bad lighting, for example?
Yeah. Okay, that's a really good question. And when you think about that question is, when you're taking pictures, let me be very open with everybody here. So I need everybody to really listen. You know, it's one thing to come and attend church photography masterclass and learn, oh, this is the aperture. When you are shooting and things are going on like this, it's another thing for you to be tweaking all those settings in the moment to get the right shot and not miss those moments. So you have to have honed it, and that's also why the consistently doing it puts you in that place where you're able to get to that place of expertise, I would say. So when you're in a church setting, imagine you're in a church setting where the stage has a different light. The crowd has a different light. Some lights have different colors, and then you have this, what do you call them again? This backlights, like different colors and all that going on in the picture. You have to be able to navigate that. So in that moment, what you want to do is find your consistent spots. Consistent spots being, okay, I want to shoot. I know that if I'm shooting the stage, this is the setting. You set there, take all the shots you want to take of the stage, and you know that, okay, I'm done taking the stage. Then you focus on somewhere else. Take all the pictures of that part. Okay, I'm done taking the pictures of this part. And then if you want to go back to the stage, you have to tweak the settings again. At the end of the day, it's not something you can do away with because you are there and that is the condition. You just have to work with that. But the wisdom there is knowing that, okay, if this is the setting I found myself in, I need to segment. Like, okay, this is the stage. They are worshiping right now. There are certain shots I need to get. Focus on the stage, get those shots, then you move your entire attention to maybe the crowd and then to the other side. That way you're able to beat things like that. And if, just be sure I'm answering your question in its totality. If it's bad lighting, you can use a flash where it is permitted. Your flash would give you more light in that sense, but make sure you're bouncing your flash is pointed to, not in people's faces, pointed to the ceiling. Hopefully you have a white ceiling where it can bounce off. In that sense, you can use a flash, or you increase your ISO to the highest. Then you know that when you are editing it, you have a little bit more work to adjust for the noise. But that's.
Thank you.
Can I just quickly? I'm so sorry for time. Do you mind if I ask a question? When you say like bad lighting, like can you explain? So are you saying like there's no light at all in the auditorium? Or it's low?
Chris, thank you. So just exactly what he mentioned. Like this stage has different lighting. There's warm light somewhere else. There's chandeliers coming down. All sorts of things going around. Yeah.
Okay. Have you raised that flag with like the teams? around you to
Sorry?
communicate? Have you raised that flag that like it's a bit
Yes,
low?
with the team. Yeah, with the crew, with the photograph. Yes.
No, like with the lighting team.
Well, like I said, that's just the space, right?
Okay, that's just the space. Okay.
Yeah. So there is technically nothing we can
Yeah,
really do
for
about it.
sure.
So we
I'd
cannot
say
just
like
yeah.
level up skills in Lightroom. I think we, like in the Ignite Church, in House of Praise, it's a lot darker and a lot dimmer. So we keep on refining skills in Lightroom, how to get a well-exposed picture, even in those scenarios. And it could even be a creative angle for your team, as opposed to everything being well lit. Maybe you go through to more moody type pictures. Maybe your editing reflects the lighting that's happening. So maybe a little bit more like a moody edit for the church in the time being. Yeah.
You can get creative with the lights, pretty much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Just butcher what they have said. It's being creative is just the key. I used to have a friend that had that scenario. He actually now switched to doing just black and white photos, like for some time. Yeah, and he does it like it now plays with his shadows and his highlights. So it still tell the story, but it's just so after some time they were able to get light and all that, and that solved the issue. I'm sure the reason why she's asking that question is that you need to be able to also communicate with your light. There are some times that you are not telling the light guys, you are not communicating if you have like a proper lighting system. But if it's bad totally, just be creative about it. And also, I wanted to say something about using flash. As much as it might be accepted and not, you should know when to use it. That it's one of the most important things I always it should start with no flash first. It's now when it's very it should be like because outside, yes, but like I said, when it's the church settings, I've seen people walk in the prophetic that the flash just threw them off. And you could notice that this person he affected that moment. You understand what I mean? So you need to be very conscious of when you use flash. So that's why just be creative, and that will help you.
Thank you very much, sir. Can we go to the next question? Thank you.
Hello. My name is Inyolua, and I come from the Grace family, Oshawa. I have a question concerning shot lists. So, I have multiple photographers on my team, and some of my photographers are more advanced than others. But then, depending on who is taking pictures, shot list needs to be put in place. So I just have a question based on what is a good standard shot list? So one that everybody knows what they're doing, and then that way we have enough pictures, not of the same people, because sometimes I feel when you're oh, this person really gives good expression, you just want to be taking a bunch of pictures of them. So how do we deviate from that and have something set in stone, or something that we can kind of use as a template to know what we should take?
I think that's your question.
Yeah, for sure. So I showed you our photography cheat sheet. I can share with you after to show you how we do our things. But in HOP, we have our asset management system. Whenever we are done with service and we're calling pictures, we put them into subfolders, and I can tell you what they are. So we have pre-service and volunteers, MCs and miscellaneous, the minister, Pastor Wale, PTA, whatever we'll name it. We have pre-service and volunteers. We have choir and band. We have audience. We have post-service. What am I missing, Sam? What am I missing? Yeah, so each etc. So we have those subfolders. So those subfolders are already a guide to what your shortlist will be. Now, if there are multiple people shooting on ground, I can mention communication, comms headset. If Christian is here and I am here, that's okay. But me and Christian cannot be here together. Right, so communicating with your team to always be on the lookout for each other. There are times when I'm walking down the aisle, Cass is right there, I change. There's no point of me being there because he'll be capturing what needs to be captured. But I think what can help, because me as a creative, I'm a visual person. If you give me text, I'm not going to read it, unfortunately. So what happens is, on our team, I just took one Sunday and did a mood board. So meaning that entire Sunday, I shot in a way that I want the entire team to think about when they are shooting. So we have a visual mood board and shortlist, which is the written portion of things that can help them have a checklist of, I've gotten this, I've gotten this. And if there are multiples, make sure that they are communicating constantly to make sure that we're not taking the exact same pictures. Lastly, because we've changed our structure a little bit about a year ago, So the person that shoots isn't the person that edits. So everyone on our team must know how to shoot and edit, but the photographers and the retoucher are two separate people. So if Christian and I are shooting on a particular day and you are the editor, I'm going to give you our photos, you can give feedback. Hey, Christian, please try not to XYZ, and I try to XYZ. You are giving us feedback to what to continue shooting, right? So maybe that.
Does that answer your question?
If I could add to that, I would say, well, generally, when you think about a Sunday service, there are some kind of shots you would expect to get. I think it depends on the story that the organization or that the church is trying to represent. So if, for example, you want to position your church as a community-driven church, then that would inform the short list that you should be taking, that you're going to go to your social media. So, for example, in that instance, you want to take pictures of maybe your pastor shaking the hands of someone, or people hugging, or people just in the crowd or sitting or something. And then during service, could be everybody laughing together. Maybe the pastor says something funny. So at the end of the day, the story that you want to tell would inform what shortlist is. But as a general sense, say you're going to church, what kind of pictures should we be taking? Just like they do in HOP, at CCI we have our own shortlist as well. And the way we categorize that is there is welcome, there is prayer. Welcome being people coming into church. Then there's prayer, there's worship, there is word, and then there is kids, and then there is family. Family being the community part after the service, and that's how it's broken down for us.
Thank you very much. Can we go to the next question, please?
Hi, my name is Nero from Jesus Embassy. I have a question for all three of you. What are the top three for beginners for photography? The top three. Like, what do you recommend as a top three for photographers for beginners?
Top three what?
Is it are you talking about tools or
yeah, like the tools in general. Like for me, for example, I have like a camera. So what are like the three options do you guys want me to use as a beginner?
Do you already have a foundation in photography?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you asking what gear to have as a photographer, or are you saying what three things should I pay attention to the most? Like,
yeah, what three things should I pay attention to?
As a beginner photographer?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I think that will have a lot to do with, it's a bit broad. It will have to do with the specific parts that you're focusing on. But if we were to niche down to church,
yes,
I would say the core thing for you would be storytelling. You need to hone that part. It's from storytelling, it will cover a lot more of many other things. I'll say storytelling. I'll say the other part is expertise, is learning the craft. So spend some time, invest in some materials, go on YouTube, learn how to actually shoot, how to handle a camera, how to handle your own camera, because two people may have the same brand of cameras, but their configurations are different. So learn how to handle your own camera. I would say, I mentioned two. I'll say the third one is to be sociable. Be sociable means, for example, I spoke about family pictures that we take at church, is you would have to walk up to people sometimes and say, hey, can you guys come together? Let's take pictures. And in that sense, if you are not sociable, if you are shy or you don't want to talk to anyone or something like that, then you probably wouldn't be able to do that. So I'll say those three things are important.
Thank you. Do you have more
I
questions?
think the only thing I can just add to that is also try to follow other photographers, especially those you look up to, and also even churches, like, for example, follow House of Praise, Celebration Church, Center of Life Church, any church that you see that you like, follow Lucky, every photographer here. And anytime you see, because this is what I tell, when I do trainings for church, I tell people, when you scroll to, on your Instagram, you should have some saved collections where you're just following into something, you see a picture that you feel like you like, just save it. And at some time, just go through those pictures. It helps your mind. Before you know it, by the time you're holding the camera, those pictures come back to mind, and you see something replica. At that point, you can get it. You might not nail it the first time, but when you practice over time, it becomes something that will come natural to you. So try and follow. Don't just be in your own bubble and just be trying to. Yes, you can. It gets to a point where your creativity, because we are in the creative space, right? You can be blocked at some point. But these inspirations you saved will just help open up some light bulb moments for you, and then you get you get growing. I think that's one thing that has worked for me too.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Is that all, sir? All right, thank you. Can we go to the next question? Please try to summarize your question so we can have one of the panelists to give you an answer. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Emily. I'm from CR Toronto. My question is, how do you grow your creativity like every Sunday? Like, how do you keep your mind so creative? Like, I know you said the word and like staying in your word, but like, is there any other thing, like you watch different videos or training?
So only one person can answer. I'm sorry.
I think I can answer that. So my photography journey, wherever it is I am right now, if you know anything about me, is I would say the bulk of that came within a year. And that's because I spent a ridiculous, unhealthy, I'm not saying you should do that, ridiculous, unhealthy amount of time on YouTube watching videos, how to handle a camera, what to know about how a camera functions, how to compose, and all those details. So you can't go wrong with that learning exercise. I would say devote time to that learning, and then when you're in church, you're able to like, oh, these are the things that I saw. You're able to like bring those things to fore. And like he also mentioned, follow other people, see other people's work. That would also be influential.
Thank you very much. Can we have the last question, please?
Hi, my name is Rena. I'm from RCCG Tribe. I'd ask that as a beginner for photography, if you are using the camera without the flashlight and with the flashlight, is it the same setting or is it different?
Is it the same? Do you want to answer?
Yeah, no, so if you are using an on-camera flash and no flash, they are completely different settings because you have to, because the flash is going to overpower any ambient light depending on how you do it. So it can complement it, but they're different. And we can chat afterwards about that just because of time, but no, different settings.
Can we take in 2 more questions, but we are going to be very quick. Yeah, I think we have just 1 and 2. And, okay, she has a question. Oh, wow.
Hi, my name is Samir from Bethel Assembly, Oshawa. I have 2 questions, but I'll merge it. And this is focused on the invisibility. 2 things. The church is really small, and it's like being invisible is probably impossible. And there's also the situation of where majority of the people in my team are also in other teams, so you can't just be wearing black all the time. And like, how do I navigate around that is just really what my question is. And I guess I would say, like, how many people would you roughly say you need for a media team to function every Sunday, typically?
So combine the 2. Only one person can answer, I'm sorry.
I think for being invisible, like you said, I've seen people come up with that bias that, I'm also in another department and all that. Obviously, number 1 rule, try as much as well to be invisible. So if you can restrict people to just, that's why I said you can serve on one Sunday, miss another Sunday. If you have you're in different departments, maybe you're in photography today or video, make sure, once you are in front of people and you're moving around, try as much as well to keep it, turn it down. So black, dark gray, dark blue, navy blue, those kind of darker colors, but dark majorly. If to the extreme, if you say that this is really a burden, I think there are ways you can get jackets. They are just black jackets you could invest in, where when you're actively moving around, you put it on, it's black, and then when you're done, you take it off. You can move around and do other things. So there are those jackets. I've seen some teams that subscribe to that because obviously there are some people that they're just doing volunteering for just because there are no more people. They are not passionate. So they really want to dress the way they want to dress, but they still want to help you out because you're a small church, you're just growing, so we can't force them. If that is your case, then invest in those jackets. I'm sure you've seen them around. It could be like short sleeve, long sleeve jackets. When they are active, they put it on and they move around.
Second
and then
question.
You would be able to do that.
Second question. How many people do you need in your team to function?
It depends on the size of your church, to be honest, and your volunteer strength. The truth of the matter is, the team in CCI can't be the same with the team in House of Praise, cannot be the same with the team in this church. It depends on how much of need you have. For example, if you have a camera team, how many cameras do you have? If you have a photography team, if you have only 2 cameras, let's say the church, because maybe the volunteers don't have their personal cameras. If you have just 2 cameras, why do you need 7 people to serve on that Sunday in the photography team? You understand what I mean? So it depends on the strength of your number one, your equipment, then the size of your church. For example, if you want only Christian to run down the whole of national alone, he will do it, but at some time there will be burnout, and we don't want to do that. That's why we're saying at that point he won't be able to be part of the service down because he's up there, downstairs, move to the side, move. He still does that sometimes, but at the same time, he knows that it's just for limited time.
Thank you.
But he can't do it again, yeah, obviously. But I'm saying, but he need that kind of setting. You need like maybe I don't know how many team he has right now. But for example, this church, for example, why should we have 7 photographers on a Sunday when this is the space? You understand what I mean? So it depends on your need. I think that should.
That covers it. Yeah, thank you very much. We've run out of time. I am so sorry. We have to end this session. But before we end the session, I think we have an announcement.
Okay.
For anyone that is interested.
It's not even forever. Everybody must
Everybody,
be interested.
it's a must. Okay.
All right. So thank you all for coming out today. We really appreciate this. We really, really thank you for coming. And like my brother said, this is a burden for me and even for Lucky and some of us that Christian creatives should come together and grow together. We don't want a situation whereby there's one. I was just telling one of my friends there that you don't want. My joy as a person is when you go to House of Praise, you see quality delivery, excellence. You go to CCI, you see excellence. Everywhere you go, there is that level of excellence, and we can't just do it being our own. Yeah, we need to come together and form a community and grow together, and that's why we have created this event. But there's a bigger one coming this summer. If they can put that, and this is going to be Church Tech Summit. We are bringing this together. You are privileged to be the first one to know about this. And this is coming up this summer. It's going to be huge. Some of our panelists will be part of it. Other guys, we're going to bring in industry guys that really, really, really respected guys to be able to share knowledge. And everybody's going to go. It's not just photography. It's going to be audio, video, lighting, live streaming, and every question you have. So please look out for this. You can follow Ye TV, or you follow me, or even if you follow Lucky. We also have a community we are building for just photographers, which you will see this QR code later. Join that group. Anytime we announce the date, you can join it. We are trying to get a bigger venue so that we can have more people come together, and then this is going to be good so that we can all grow together. So watch out for this. It's going to be great, and we want God to use us in an excellent way. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everyone. A round of applause for our panelists, please. Thank you so much. If there's one thing you have to take home today, you are God's co-creator. So please have that in mind. And as much as you are being creative, be spiritual, and let's stay grounded for Christ. Thank you so much. Thank you. Do we take our chairs? Me, I cannot carry chair. So welcome back, Mr. Lucky Oshunbiyi.
Hi, everyone. How are we feeling? How are we feeling? Good? Happy. Thank you so much. So, first of all, I'd like to thank everybody. This is not the last part, like, this is just a part before the last part. So, I would like to thank everybody for coming. And when we were planning for this, initially, we planned only to bring about 50 people together. Like, the plan was just to, like, have something very small and just share. And over time, even after posting it, I can remember within 24 hours, we had about 75 people register. And right after that, we just had to keep increasing our limits. And as at last night, we had over 150 people register for this event. So thank you all. Thank you for coming out. Thank you for listening. Thank you for sitting through 5 hours of sessions over and over. Thank you so much. And shortly, there will be some things on the screen that I would like us to do as well. I would like us to scan the QR code. Like Mr. Ezekiel mentioned earlier, the idea is to build a community, and regardless of any church you attend, be it House of Praise, be it CCI, be it RCCG, the idea is to build a community of excellent church photographers where if we enter CCI, we are sure that we are getting like topmost content. If we enter RCCG Canada, we are sure that we are getting topmost content. If we enter house of any church that you are part of, the idea is to build a community where we can all grow together and we can have sessions like this more periodically. I mean, it might not necessarily be in person every time. It could just be meeting on Zoom as well, meeting once a week, once a month type thing, and we all grow and learn new things together. And if you have any questions regarding like any technical things in church, for example, I'm trying to get this kind of picture, or like I saw House of Praise post this kind of picture. Yeah, in the same group chat as the photographers in House of Praise, how did you get this kind of picture? How do you get this kind of effect? You understand? So being able to reach the community, being able to reach everybody, I would advise you to please scan this code. The next page, please. Also, if you'd like to be a sponsor, first, we would like to also especially thank the people who sponsored this event, definitely. I want to thank, like it's Oshube Photography. I want to thank House of Miracles. I can remember when myself and Mr. Ezekiel, thank you, myself and Mr. Ezekiel was talking about this and was like, we'll need a venue for it. It was just like, yeah, just a few phone calls to House of Miracle and this space was provided to us. So we really thank House of Miracle. Thank you for hosting us. Thank you for bringing us here. I want to thank ATV. Thank you so much, ATV. I can't express how much this means to me. Thank you so much. And for those who didn't know, this session was live streamed online. So you could go back home as well, go on YouTube, search for the event, or go on ATV page, and you will definitely find the full video from the sessions we had in early in the day to the panels and everything. So feel free to watch it over and over again, learn new things, try new things, go to your church on Sunday, try it again. If it doesn't work, try again, and just feel free to also ask questions as well from everybody. I want to say thank you to RCCG. Go back, please, sorry. Thank you to RCCG Christchurch. This is my home church, RCCG Christchurch, so shout out Christchurch. So all the meat pie, all the drinks, all the meat pie, the puff, everything you ate today was probably sponsored by RCCG Christchurch. So shout out Christchurch. And our amazing designer, Mo. Mo is based in Abuja, Nigeria. So most of our graphic design from the beginning, he has been up all night trying to put together material. So shout out to Mo. Thank you so much, Mo. And Content Up Studio has been a very, very big help to this event. They sponsor some of the aspects of this event as well. And we are really grateful for their help and their contribution towards this event. Next slide, please. So again, if you would like to be the sponsor, Like if you like what you see and you like to give towards it, or you like us to host this more and more and like to bring things together, you could sponsor us with products and services. So if there is anything you do or any product you have that you believe is beneficial to us, it could be catering service, it could be photography service, it could be video, anything at all that you like to offer for this little community, feel free to do that as well. Financial donations are always appreciated. Vendor discount as well. I know with Content Up Studios. Did anybody receive that Content Up Studio flyer thing? So because you attended this event today, you get 25% off if you would like to use their studio. So that's quite a big one if you're a photographer. So feel free to eat them up on that. Yes, feel free to eat them up on that and take up the offer because you attended this event. Please go back again. So you could also sign up to be a speaker. Sorry, just which one? This one. Okay. You could sign up to be a speaker. Again, the vision of this is to happen more often and to have a diverse range of topics to talk about. So if you know you're very excellent about talking about like lighting in photography, or you're excellent about talking about editing, you're excellent about talking about all these different dynamics to church photography, feel free to scan this code. There is always a platform for you. And the vision of this event is to provide everybody the platform to teach others. You know, nobody knows it all. What I know, someone else might not know. What someone else knows, I definitely might not know. So this is an opportunity for you to be a speaker, for you to contribute towards other photographers as well. Next slide, please. And yes, if you want to volunteer with us, not first of all, this is like third of all, but I would like to give a very big, please, can everybody give a very big thank you to all our volunteers today? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. From the photography volunteers to the videography team, to the technical team, audio, registration, welfare, everybody, thank you all so much, thank you. And, you know, the volunteering team is so excellent that nobody will believe that this event was put together in less than 3 weeks, technically. So this is true. This is evidence of how much energy, how much power, how much dedication was put in by our volunteering teams. And I want to say a very, very, very big thank you to you all. Thank you so much. So if you'd like to volunteer with us for the next event, feel free to sign up, choose the department you'll be interested in volunteering with, and we'll make sure to reach out to you. Next slide, please. I think that's all. So yeah, also, we'll really appreciate your feedback. If there's anything we can improve on, if there's anything you'd like us to know more about, please feel free to scan the code as well. Provide your feedbacks. All feedbacks are very, very much, they are very, very much appreciated. So, and we'll make sure to take them and definitely improve on the next one. So feel free to scan the code for feedback as well. I think that's the last one. One more? Okay. So yeah. Thank you all again, and now we'll be going into the last part of the event, which is the networking phase of it. So earlier in the day, we had people who were advanced in photography, we had people who were intermediate in photography, and we had people who were beginners in photography. So the idea of this particular session is for us all to connect with one another. If you're a beginner, this is an opportunity for you to connect with senior photographers or advanced photographers. Ask any question you think you might have from them. I know I can see a few faces in the audience. They are experienced photographers. They do this for like a living. Like they are experienced at this, and they understand their cameras from front to back. You understand? So feel free to connect with them. Feel free to ask any questions, and we hope this will make a very good connection. We hope this will build relationships, and we hope this will drive more career development or professional development for you as well. So thank you all, and see you next year. Thank you. Not next year, soon.